Hello and welcome back to Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. I'm Luce, and last time, well, we honestly mostly just did get companion quests. There's certainly a lot of weird stuff there. Er, might have to... I'm not sure, I don't want to recap all of them, but yeah, Darren is alive. Personally, I think his quest really should have had a lot more resolutions than just the 2 or 3 that was on offer, but then again, this is the tail end of the game, so maybe they ran out of time or ideas or something. I don't know. Either way, I had to choose based on gameplay rather than character for this one because I really didn't want to lose my main healer, even though I could genuinely use Social and be fine. Oh, hello, Cattlebog. Welcome. Get started here. Lands I got a bit of a better resolution for, although I'm confused how I didn't complete that 100%. Well, the important thing is I need to finish the Mythic Path tonight, and that's going to be fun because I finally unlocked the full power of the Mythic Path. But yeah, we also got to see the nice little cameo from Kingmaker. That was nice. I like the Kingmaker cast, although they feel a lot more grounded than the ones here. Granted, I do think the companion quests in this game have largely been handled a bit better than Kingmaker in terms of pacing, because it feels like regularly there was ones I could be doing, as opposed to here and there where in Kingmaker, where basically you had a really huge amount at the start, a couple sprinkled in the earlier chapters for part 2, and then basically nothing until the end game. There could have definitely been some better pacing there, but here it definitely feels like there's never been too large of a gap between them. The only one that's kind of a pain is Nenio, since she only has one quest, and it basically can't be done until the final chapter. You had like one when you meet her, and then, yeah, a big gap. Really weird. I think she needed at least one other companion quest in between this one and the big one. Maybe have her trying to learn about the Abyss or something to add to her character a bit. Hello, what's this way? Mustafen's lab. Corpses. Let's get ready for fighting. First things first, protection from evil. Fire, protection from fire, because everything in this game uses fire. Alright, let me activate the... I forgot. I guess the break was a bit too much because I forgot I got the Twitch chat thing, so I don't have to minimize the game unless I specifically want to sip my drink or something. Oh, my drink's actually only halfway done already. Well, that's fine. I can always just take a break halfway through to get a new one if I have to. That's the nice thing about it. Alrighty. Now, this is Mustafen's lab, which means...
You are my favorite aide.
We need to figure out what's given this guy his immortality. We've killed him like twice already, but he keeps coming back. So he's got some secret. We just need to figure it out. So, let's see what Mustafen's lab has going on here. Targona brought herself there as bait, so... Hey, L'Oreal's here. My heart aches with worry. I shudder to think what Mustafen has done to my shrine. Don't lose hope now. If my sister's plan is successful, everything we've done, everything we've sacrificed, it will not have been in vain. This war bears no end. The least we can take solace in is the thought it's coming to an end. Isol, here, gods be praised. The sanctuary has successfully repelled Mustafen's attack. The temple's inhabitants are safe. Eliandra sighs in relief and gives you a gentle smile. Thank you for bringing me the good news. I've been worried about my temple. It was only the importance of our mission that enabled me to keep going, to push forward despite my fear and anxiety. But you saved the sanctuary. Yeah, I need not worry any longer. You have my eternal gratitude. The power it possesses does not come from heaven, but the blood of demon lords. Does that scare you? My sister Torgona has a demonic wing woven from the essence of the abyss, but it's not corrupted her soul, and I do not think you will be corrupted by your crystal powers either. You are not defined by your past. Despite its dark origins, you use your powers to do good and not evil, and that is important. I trust you, my radiant friend. As for your power, during your first visit, the Stargazers and I discussed the miracle within you. We tried to read your fate in the stars. As I studied the constellations and movement of heavenly bodies, I saw many different roads ahead of you, and almost all of them led to the light, but one of those paths shone so brightly it nearly blinded me. It was the angel path, but higher, purer, and more worthy of honor. How can I distrust your intentions when I know you have this incredible potential? Disobeyed Iomade. She wanted to take the power, take away the power I received from Marilu, but I refused. Will you continue to follow me after that? Of course I will. You've saved me from the scorching flames of the abyss. How could I ever abandon you? Don't you know my story? I'm probably the most disobedient paladin to ever serve Iomade. I have a long history of disobeying my superiors, so this is nothing new. Now I'm just disobeying my cause directly. Well, I guess that would make her a good inquisitor, since they are allowed to break the rules of their deity as long as it's for the greater good, and she's definitely doing it for the greater good. You are a source of hope and salvation. It does not matter what Iomade says. I'll follow. I thought Torgona had a plan. What happened to her? How was she taken captive? When our good friend Torgona has a target, she flies towards like an arrow, straight and true. Once she discovered Mustafan escaped, she allowed herself to be captured by the demonic minions. But she did that because she had a plan. Mustafan is drawn to anything unusual and powerful, especially if something to do with that accursed Arilu and her creations. She knew he'd want to study her because she was one of his mentor's experiments. Once he revealed the location of his secret hideout, she could relay the information about his whereabouts. And her plan worked. That's why we're here. So what's the plan? We still possess the power that helped us defeat Baphomet. We will try and use it against Mustafan. It should prevent him from teleporting, but I don't know how good it will be against his other method of escape, his death and revival strategy. Still, it should be worth a try. We need you to go inside, find Targona, and kill the demon. He's been the cause of so much pain and suffering, we must put an end to his destructive ways. I'm worried about my sister. I spoke against this plan from the beginning. I told her it was far too risky, but she would not be dissuaded. I hope we'll be reunited soon. May the gods of light and the goodness aid us in our cause. Let's go, friends. I see. They must have slayed the demon. They slayed all the demons here, so I would have an easier entryway. Alright, here we go. Time to burst through it. The barrier. We learned how to destroy these demonic barriers. Yeah, I think we're might be a little too far away for that to be at its maximum effectiveness. When I lay my hands on you, death will seem like a relief. Well, unfortunately for you, you suck too much to do that, so... Bane on this Balor.
Prepare yourself.
Oh. Hold.
Please, allow me. I finished here. Is there more?
Not much here. Oh well, some random loot to toss into the selling machine. Oh, hey, we're gonna have to just go through this, aren't we? was it? Yeah, cast freedom of movement on yourself, buddy. Mythic enemies, huh? Get ready, things are about to get weird. Okay, that killed a couple things right away.
Desna, guide my hand.
What the? The Quasit tried to go in here and the trap killed it. That's funny. Study target. I don't like that.
Into the fray. Na and Orma.
Make your peace.
There we are. That's some nice magic items, at least.
Together.
Targona, there she is. Mustafen's working notes. I was convinced this line of research had reached a dead end, but as it turned out, I just didn't have the right material. Of course, the plane forming principle is well known. It's quite typical for everything that originates from the abyss. There are two things of the same kind, one trying to suppress the other or devour it. That's why the source of Nandrian power will block all of the sources of the same power. However, I never succeed in creating a Nandrian demon capable of suppressing the powers of other demons. This outcome is theoretically possible. In fact, it's theoretically probable. But for some reason, my current attempt to create a failure, so I decided to try another approach. It's yielded some results. I created managed to create an angel capable of suppressing the demon powers, but this can only happen. Now, this can happen only once because it requires a subject's termination. But who cares? The angels are expendable. If I recreate the process that Aliru was used in implanting with Targona, I'll be able to make dozens of these anti-Nandrian bombs. Then no one in the abyss will dare challenge me. Alright, first things first. Let's kill this thing because I don't want to risk it killing Targona. What is this? Oh no, not a stupid carnivorous crystal. I hate those.
Amranda Grata.
Everyone's stunned. Oh dear. Mark of Justice. Divine Weapon Bond. There we go. The Explosive Fervor is going to be a bit easier with this. 47. Yeah, everything here has well over 50.
Guide my blade.
Yeah, everyone is stunned except for me and Sela. That's kind of a
The
pain.
light take you.
What the hell? Why did it... Why is only one attack?
Into the fray. The inheritor, guide my blade.
This thing refuses to cooperate.
There has to be a cure for this. There's no possible way. It is incurable. That's no good. That's no good. Greater restoration.
This thing refuses to cooperate.
The light take you.
This will leave a bruise.
Missed me already.
It can be removed by restoration greater. I hate this thing so much.
You require my unbiased opinion?
No reason to pause.
You know how I ended up here, but here I am.
Una Adayana.
Fighting for a righteous cause is certainly different from a simple massacre. The former is more bloody and performed with pinkies out.
Magritium Turinos.
Free Torgona, here we are. Torgona approaches you slowly. You notice her angel's appearance change. She's ghostly pale, her cheeks are flushed as if with fever. Her demonic wings more dangerous and more menacing. Her eyes burn with power, but not the power of heaven. Torgona, what's wrong? There's a strange look in her eyes. She seems aloof and remote, a distant ray of light piercing the darkness of dense forest. Mustafa finished what Aurelius started. As you know, the power of the crystals only works on demons, or those who have something with demonic in them, and I have the demonic wing. He's corrupted me with the cursed power. You're implanted with another crystal? Yes, now the blood of the demon lord runs through my veins. Well, why would Mustafa do that? He wants to create another world wound. He's been muttering about keys and creatures with dual natures. I think he's trying to replicate Aurelius' experiments, and I was the ideal test subject. His power flows through mine as well, but I've learned to withstand it. Do not despair. You are stronger than I am, but I cannot withstand this forever. Poisonous power is strong, and I grow weaker with every passing moment, but I will overcome this. I will find a way. Tell me again what we've learned about Mustafa. Mustafa created multiple copies of himself. He used a single crystal to imbue all of them with power. If he's killed, his consciousness is transferred to a new body. There's no way to prevent this transference, at least not by ordinary means. He's also hidden bodies in different locations, making them impossible to find. It won't be easy to finish him off, unless... I have an idea, but I'll explain later. He stole valuable research from the Pelurus Temple. Well, do you know where it is? He arrived here empty-handed. If he stole something at the temple, he didn't bring it here. It's probably in the abyss, or perhaps he's hidden away in some other location. Either way, I doubt we'll be able to get it back. Blast. I was hoping he was having it here. I think it's time we pay him a visit. He has a lot to answer for. I agree. Let us go. He is not far. I was expecting a much longer dungeon, but then again, I guess we are in endgame. Too many long dungeons would be kind of a pain. Hello, Mustafa. Oh, it's you again. How many times have you tried to kill me now, eh? When are you going to realize you can't win? You're stronger than I am, of course. Aurilu's certainly pumped enough crystal essence to your veins, but I'm smarter than you, and I have plenty of time to continue my experiments. It's only a matter of time before I have a champion of my own, one who can match your power. And soon, I'll open my own world wound. Actually, I may open more than one, and that will make me even more powerful. As for you, well, I know I've said this, but it never gets old. You can't kill me. There's nothing you can do to stop me. The time has come, Izel. We must act now. Mustafa imbued me with deadly power. He's been making me into a weapon, something he can use against the enemies of the Abyss, demon lords, and anyone who possesses the power of the crystals. But I'm dangerous to him, too. That same power allows him to be revived with a new body after death. I beg you, for the light of heaven, let me stop him. Let me die while I'm still me, and let my death put an end to our enemy once and for all. He abandons his model. He frowns. He abandons his monologue and tries to overhear the angel whispered. He grabs a small glass and brings it up. Observe. I'll drink this and my body will die, but I will live again. I'll be resurrected in a different location. I don't need to sacrifice you to stop him. But how is that even possible? What's going on? I don't think the demon's about to disappear. To slip through your fingers like water, but you know you can stop him. You have a connection with Targona, the light of heaven you both share. You can feel the poison running through her veins, the power of the same crystal in yours. Mustafa made Targona into a living weapon, capable of suppressing other sources. But you can extract this poison from her body, you can save her, and then you can use the essence you pulled from her veins while it's still potent. Angel Mythic Path. Heal Targona and punish Mustafa. I'm putting an end to this whole charade. Let justice prevail. What is this power if not to heal? Oh, the ones in need of healing, and end those who intend to harm them. What makes you so confident? A single ray of light pierces his chest, and he falls lifeless into the ground. He's gone. He's truly dead this time. I can feel it. And the poison of the abyss, it's gone too. It's no longer inside me. The angel's eyes widen in amazement. She gazes at you in silent gratitude. How can there be any doubt you truly are an angel, as real as any of us? And far more powerful. Let us leave this evil place. We will return to Dresden to rest and heal our wounds, but we'll be there for you in your hour of need. Our connection is strong, and the bond cannot be broken. You have some good stuff? Nope, just minor items. Excerpt from Mustafa's notes. The experiment was not entirely successful, but it was entertaining. It was well established that crystal energy only has an effect on demons and creatures with the essence of the abyss. It's also known predatory crystals from the plains of Earth feed on minerals. Soon I'll introduce the world to my newest pet, a crystal fed on the shards. I definitely need an army of these. Oh, please don't. That's the biggest pain in the ass on Earth. Oh no,
I sense something.
Ah, it's trapped. Arushale, disable the trap first.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Now pick the lock.
I finished here. Is there more?
Petrified egg, scroll right. Ooh, we got some new shoes. I think those are near the bottom, aren't they? No. Okay, where are the boots? I'm probably gonna need a few of these here, so let's do precise. Let's make sure I have these. I need Bard's Black Arrow with me. For whenever we face the inevitable smog of the hour. Look, resistance, a 12 bonus of lore and knowledge. Ooh, this is actually a pretty big upgrade for Nenyo. I've got a lot of stuff. Well, I'll worry about it later. For now, I should see if anyone else needs that upgrade when I get back. Ooh, I forgot to sell a lot of junk from before. Oh dear. Well, no big deal. Boots of the Magical Whirl. When they kill a demon for the first time, the next spell becomes quickened. I have my main character examine this place. There's probably going to be something hidden around here. Huh, really? Even on the darkest days, the thought of heaven warms my heart. I feel stronger than ever. Lady Pelura, do not forsake me. I've achieved a great victory, but an even greater battle lies ahead. Iomade, my goddess, thank you for giving me strength to live and fight. Oh, I'm gonna be honest, I was expecting a much bigger dungeon. I was also expecting to get an actual mythic level out of that, which is a bit disappointing, but, ah well. What matters is we managed to save someone. We haven't had enough of that, that's for sure. Oh yeah, any new spells Nenio can learn? Hold on. Yes, actually. Dominate monster. That's a good one. I don't see anything else that's marked as needing her, as not known to her yet. Apprentice robe. Elemental imbuement. DC of the saves increased by 2. Oh right, the hide armor. Medium armor, breastplate. I think that's gonna be good for him. What is the moderate fortification? The suit of armor or shield produces a force that protects vital areas more effectively. When the enemy confirms a critical, there's a chance the crit or sneak attack's negated and instead rolled normally. Moderate. Okay, and actually, yeah, that's gonna be really good for him. Okay, not bad. Of course, we have the toughest thing coming up still, so that's gonna be a bit of a pain. But it is what it is. Let's see. Kukri, Bardiche, Composite. I guess basic +5s aren't too bad. Of course, they have to actually be +5 and not +1. Rapier +3. Sylvameka's Spine. Composite, Vicious. Oh. Vicious is made with the spine of the demon Sylvameka and imbued with a fraction of his power. Whenever the wielder hits an enemy, the enemy is corrupted. The enemy corrupted this way suffers a penalty to all ability scores. Vicious strikes opponent energy that resonates in the wielder. Longbow of Leeching Strike. I think this might be a better one for her so that it specifically debuffs the hell out of the enemy. Because if it's one thing I've noticed, it's that the enemy... Let's see here. Boots she have? That's fine. This again, Expedition Boots, that's fine. Freedom of movement permit. Starting early? A bit. Hello, Tempest. Yeah. I just finished... A shame you just finished me killing Mustafa in mid-sentence. It was actually both incredible and hilarious. Yeah, I was expecting a much longer dungeon. As nice as freedom of movement is, I think Boots of Magical Whirl will be better so that I can... Because right now I just don't have Isol casting very much. And I should probably do that. Like, the Angel Spellbook here really... I can't cast much here except for pre-battle prep stuff. Because I don't have much casting there. Yeah, by the way, I did check out a guide to see how lands are supposed to go. I did basically everything. I genuinely have no idea how I failed that, but I guess it's whatever. It is what it is. Alright, this is the exit. So yeah, I guess that must have just been a skill issue on my part that I just forgot to ask one of the questions about or something. Oh well. Next, we need to go to the inelectable prison, and we might have to force our way in. I don't mind if we have to. Alright, Ulbrig, let us... Yeah, upgrading Ulbrig's gear to maximum should be very good for the foreseeable future. Now, this place of execution, I'm probably going to want to check this out just to see what's going on. Let's enter. Range weapons don't normally use ammunition, but you can find quivers that give you a limited amount of special attacks. Yeah, I kind of prefer when ranged weapons work that way, where default ammo is not limited, but regular ones. New location discovered, Desolate Thicket. But yeah, I kind of prefer when ranged weapons work like they do in this game. Regular stuff doesn't require ammo, but special ammo does. That way you can have a bit of special abilities, whether or not your character uses magic or anything. But also, more importantly, you're not stuck unable to fight if you don't want to sacrifice inventory space. Because I've played a lot of RPGs where you do have to have ammo, and let me just say, it is a massive pain in the ass to always be down several inventory spaces because you don't want to accidentally run out of ammo. And especially when most of the time you don't even do nearly as much damage as melee jobs. So at that point, you're basically giving up a lot of inventory space just to be worse. Weaker.
I will resist. Disappear.
Still, I do appreciate how much this game has gotten me to get a bit more creative with combat. It can be fun to just unga-bunga with strong stuff, but well, first of all, it's gotten me to realize stuff like remove fear doesn't really fall off. Everything uses, even in the late game here, some stuff still uses fear for based effects.
Into the fray.
That said, sometimes I do feel like I spend a lot of time on pre-setup when Aizel has a lot of really nice spells that I do genuinely like. It's just I barely feel like I have much use for them because that means giving up a lot of, yeah, see? Well, it's a swift action. It means giving up a turn attacking, and with the Bane effect and the Judgment, Aizel is genuinely one of my strongest characters. Especially with Sword of Heaven being maximized.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
This works as the Torchwood, doesn't it? Wall of Light, which deals damage to creature. Any good neutral creature gains the ability. Okay, with their next attack. Charge of the wall. Yeah, so it should act like Torchwood from Plants vs. Zombies. Oh my, I didn't realize there was another demon there.
Guide my hand.
Mythic Vrock, oh my, that's gonna be quite dangerous. Things are a phantasmal killer. Have you seen your guts, Galarn Beast? I'll show them to you. Apparently not, since you were scared of illusions.
This thing refuses to
200. Wow, 200 damage and only loses like 1/3 of its HP.
The light, take you.
Excellent, the Balor's down, and that's the only real threat, I'd say.
I want to just sit here. Don't worry about me.
Crap, what happened? He's berserked. Infectious Rage. Oh, come on. Can you really not do that? Sigh. I don't think I have a good enough restoration skill for this. What's this? Aegis the Faithful. Blessing targets one ally. Shield of Faith. Protection from displacements. Stunned for 1 minute per caster level. Choosing Communal. Okay, yeah, I'll need to keep that in mind. Sigh. Oh, come on. How the hell does that not remove the status effect? Okay, the will save finally went through.
rules are made.
What a pain in the ass. Oh, I can't use that on myself.
I welcome your company.
Oh, that's all the way down here. This. Oh, that's the Egyptian-looking thing. Okay. That's... Alright, so the good news is we now have the components for another puzzle. Yeah, having this, like, the holy wall here isn't... Oh, right. This damages evil creatures, and Darren is technically evil. Well, that's funny. Okay, I'll need to be wary of that going forward. I thought it worked like the Torchwood from Plants vs. Zombies. Basically, when you fire a projectile through the Torchwood, it becomes upgraded to a stronger projectile, so that's kind of nice. For now, I can also check something. Where's the closed? Where's the open portal? Ineluctable prison. I'd need to go past whatever that demon army before I can go there, so... We're gonna go to this ineluctable prison and see if we can force it open. If we can't, unfortunate, but I'll just go back to Dresden and upgrade some stuff here. Here we are. You know, I think I should probably try and take... I see, yeah, I was going this way because I need to clear out all of these remaining keeps. And, honestly, I'm pretty sure I have that ability to do so. Continue. Here we are. Yeah, I lost so many bards. Wow. I see. This is what I wanted my main army to do. Oh, lovely. And I've got a few more of these coming in. It takes a lot of time to get these logistics, but I'm starting to think I might actually be capable of hitting above my weight class now that my main army has all these upgrades. I also do need to go and get those others. Like I said, I do think I'm hitting above my weight class for a lot of these. I just have to be wary of the ones I'm in right now, because there's a good army in this one, but the commander is not nearly as powerful, which is going to be a problem. Nope, it's not letting me enter the closed portal to the Intellectual Prison. So we're just gonna warp back to Dresden for now. We'll head to the streets so I can dump all the gear I've been grinding up here. We definitely need to save the Hand of the Inheritor next. We've come too far, or the whole point is we don't want to have to make people do heroic sacrifices anymore. And I don't want him to have to do the same. Huh. It's not letting me use any enter at all if the portal isn't open, so I guess I'm supposed to do that later. I have to go here. You know, can you believe I played this long and forgot it has a mounting system? Granted, I'm told you can't use it in this city, which is a bit weird. Show me what you got, buddy. Lan, I'm gonna ask you to have the Leeching Strike Bow. Here we are. Nobody can use Kukris. Dwarven War Axe. I know someone who could use that. Full plate +5. Chain shirt +5. A little too basic, honestly. It has no special effects, so I'm kind of hesitant. Sturdy Snoot, headbearer to athletics mobility, worn by an animal companion. It grants dodge, AC. Deal. There we are. And do I have any war axes? It's two-handed. Huh. So I don't have anything major for... Huh. I was kind of hoping I had some good weapon upgrades for Greybor here, but not as many as I was hoping. Mighty Advisor, the Blizz. I can upgrade the Blizz, at least. Dwarven War Axe is what he specializes in, right? Yeah, focused Dwarven War Axe. So having both of those will be within his best interests. Only a +3. I know I have a +4 here. I already sold the +4. Oh dear. Alright, any new spells for Hold Monster Mass? Yeah, Woljif can add that to his spellbook. With Windmaster Helmet and Wind Breath Necklace, you could definitely have a massive boost to your initiatives. A little risky, but best sell a bunch of junk just to get rid of it. No, I just realized I could have just hit R and teleported over there instantly. I did run into some amusing people commented that some of them romance Wendog because the mongrels are basically right by the entrance, and by asking to hook up, you teleport to your bedroom. I must say, that is quite a bit of effort for something you can just hotkey. Alright, let's just rest here then.
Setting aside the aesthetic pleasure of beholding paintings, what practical purpose do they serve?
What makes you think that aesthetics isn't practical? Beauty commands attention and can convey ideas that would go unnoticed otherwise. And also, paintings can cover an unsightly spot on a wall.
Yeah, Soso's a character I thought was going to be a little dull at first, since he was a pretty standard priest type, but he's really surprised me with how well he can navigate these sort of situations. And make no mistake, I keep bringing up his Konami, because Konami actually does do a good job of maneuvering around everyone else in the room. She's very difficult to deal with, so the fact he can is pretty impressive. The parade in the Queen's name was success. The Hand of Retribution. Followers of the goddess Melani arrived in Dresden in secret and committed a murder. His victim was an officer of Gaul who had run from the revolution. Next to the body, they found notes that everyone will pay and list of future victims of several officers. They deny being involved in everything. Grievance against Gaul. Diplomacy. I've already maxed out diplomacy, so I don't need that. So I definitely need leadership points, that's for sure. Catch the murderer. The guards track down and seize the murderer. The follower is punished if only the commander can dispense justice within the crusade. No one has the right to lay a finger just without an order. Yeah, at the end of the day, the people here are here for a united reason, and we can put all the stuff. That's part of the reason why I was thinking, can't we at least wait to have all this until after? But no, it basically demands you... Yeah. I'm sorry, it's stuck with me this long. It's just that, Darren's ending is really weird. Is really weird, is all. Fate to the voice the cursed bard. Arilu's drafts. Let's get the fate of the cursed bard and the heaven warriors here. Thankfully, I have such good ones, I can just constantly summon the angels to assist me. And I need them to assist me, because holy crap. Oh, duh. Alright, let's add in the reinforcements. Yeah, these are really good. Let them flee. What's this? Having dealt with the creatures of fire that came to Galaran for reasons unknown, the soldiers discovered a strange twig amid the ashes, still burning with unholy fire. The dangerous find was handed to the commander with great precaution. The fires of Baphomet. The followers of the demon lord Baphomet commit countless crimes to earn his favor. Chiarius was a servant of Desma who was in charge of a temple shelter but secretly worshipped the Lord of Beasts. He took advantage of his position to build a cunning maze in the temple's secret basement and filled it with fierce and bloodthirsty monsters. Each night, Chiarius cast this overtly trusting vagabond or a homeless person into the maze where they met their grisly end. The cultists spread heresy and depravity, corrupting other priests. Baphomet took note of his servant's guile and bestowed a gift, a spark of flame gracing the brow of the Lord of Monsters himself. The lantern containing the spark could summon fiery denizens of the abyss, and its swaying could hypnotize and conjure terrifying illusions. Chiarius enshrined the flame of his lord and master at the very heart of his maze, but soon enough the incredible happened. A lonely beggar boy, frail and timid, fell into Chiarius' clutches and cast down from the maze. Somehow he managed to survive and reach the very center of the trap. He reached out for the flame with his scraggy hands and was gone. Frightened and curious, Chiarius found the empty shrine and set out to pursue the pilferer. He feared Baphomet might learn about his failure and punish his negligent servant. After a while, he learned of entire villages reduced to ash by fiery creatures, the survivors driven insane. They raved and rambled about a frail beggar boy with hellish fire in the palm of his hands. He tracked the young man down. Fear tugged his heart and nudged him towards madness. When he finally reached the boy, the beggar laughed and turned into a cocky young man, decked in the garb of a Baphomet cultist. The grinning rogue said it was the Lord of Monsters himself who inspired him to steal the flame, and even devised the guise of a feeble child. His failure would be his downfall, and the sneaky thief would take his place as the most loyal servant. A fight broke out where both demon worshippers sought to destroy one another, but neither could gain the upper hand. When they became tired, the Lord of Beast's flame was slipped from the thief's sweaty hands and fell to a pile of dead branches. Fiery creatures emerged and surrounded the weakened priests. The monster's eyes glowed like embers. The spawns of Baphomet's flame feasted on the sinner's flesh all night. When the fire burned out, only a tiny spark of unholy flame was left among them. Now, you see, that's just a complete waste of resources. I get Baphomet is all about the, oh yeah, let him flee. But come on, that was just a waste of his time. The group of Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth fought desperately, choosing death before imprisonment. Among the trophies, the soldiers found loot taken from the cities of Mendev. Another ring of invasion, huh? I guess that's alright, but dang, they really couldn't do any better? Ah, well, at least the Sinister Mansion's connection to the, Stone Wilds is improved here. I don't want to fight that army. Not yet. I can't go in that direction. Weird. Oh, weird. Continue. Ah, lovely. Excellent. And we're definitely gonna have to head on over to these now. I'm surprised my power hasn't gone up. I'm pretty sure I have more than enough to handle it. In fact, I might even be able to handle those 13 power ones. In fact, I might specifically want to do that, where I swap this guy with the other one. But first, he needs to clear out this demon group. Yeah. That's a very powerful army. I might want to put a teleporter in the Tyrant's Keep if this is going to be the portal. Then again, this one I need here. Yeah, the big thing is here, this 11 power army here is just a pain in the ass. So that's gonna have to be all for now for this particular session of everything. But the good news, Arilu's stuff is almost done. After that, I can upgrade the logistics reform, and I can come back later. I can even do it now, but I kind of want to get the Hand of the Inheritor done sooner rather than later, because again, I really want that final level of Mythic level. So I really want that final Mythic level, so... And this strikes me as one that's going to do it. They basically just all but directly said that going to Threshold will be the final boss battle and end of the game, so... As per usual RPG rules, save that for last unless there's specifically a timer on it. I suppose there's also one other battle I could do, but I want that's the fight I actually want the Mythic level for. My understanding is that fight is going to be very painful. Yeah, I can't even go there yet. We'll pass another day here. We'll continue and have him take on this demon army that I'm absolutely convinced is a thing that can happen. Oh, okay, let's see here. Yep. Having meticulously studied the notes, scholars and mages discovered Arilu Voralish was studying the connection that was established between the material plane and abyss when the world wound opened. She arrived at the conclusion the world is an energy conductor, and one end which was fused to the fabric of the plane, and the other the abyss, specifically the realms of Nauticula, Discari, and Baphomet. From this, a bold hypothesis suggests that if one were to take control over it and the world and its energies, that individual would be able to affect both Galeran and these lands. However, such influence would undoubtedly be blocked by the masters of these abyssal realms, as they hold semi-divine power within their borders. Logistics reform. That should only take a day. Yeah, the next day is gonna have all those. Let's see here. I want to wait until that portal moves again, because I want plenty of time to deal with it, and also it needs to be a way I can actually reach. I thought it was moving around, but evidently not. Well, whatever. Channel negative energy. Oh yeah. Three of 4. 47. Please finish those guys for me. One. There we are. That was easy. Yeah, those guys definitely take a lot more damage from magic, which might be an issue since I don't have very many mages in general in my team, but at the same time, with wizard generals, do I even need one? The mountain where the enemy set up camp was a great view of the surrounding lands. It's no surprise the demons decided to claim this strategic point. Wasting no time, the soldiers started erecting a fort that would be the commander's eyes in the region. Oh my, a lot of enemies just spawned out of nowhere here. Ooh, and I leveled up. Good, good, good. Zealous student, 10% more experience and additional feats. Inspiration. All units have additional per level. All enemy units have a 15 penalty. Additional feat at level 20. Spellcraft. To power. Making my magic stronger is definitely gonna be a good idea, I'd say. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tear all these guys a new one. $31. Ooh, if you can kill those, then all more means. The monk's time to shine. Balls. I think I'm losing too many people here. Yeah, I'm losing too many. Let's hold off here. Okay, I know what I'm gonna have to do here. I'm gonna have to hold back everything and just to have the generals and spread everyone out, of course. Because these guys have a lot of AoEs. Holy crap, how's that doing so much damage? Holy shit! What the hell's going on? How is this enemy... How are these enemies so ridiculously more powerful? Holy shit, how are they getting so lucky with the kills? No, I'm not gonna let that happen. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Or did I? Yeah, they're going for the paladins, which is... Alright, they go for groups of 2 where possible. What the hell? 200... Now forget it. There's no way I'm gonna have to really play through this one well if I want to survive. No, I can't have a stack of 3 there. Actually, I think I shouldn't do this fight at all. If it's gonna be this frustrating, there's no point. Just only one more time. Oh, come the hell on! Are you kidding me? Is this really the farthest? You're telling me this is seriously the most recent one? Fine, I'll just take this one instead and not do that fight. Guaranteed kill. Almost guaranteed kill. Do 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 do. What's weird is that was 11 army. One classified as an easy fight. Wow, that bit did basically nothing. You know what, let's do it this way. Maybe loading the enemy up with damage and debuffs will make it a bit easier. Yeah, I guess this is useless to me. I'm gonna have to do it later. Honestly, this one looks a lot less threatening. It's just a bunch of the, I guess I could have been slowly shooting at these other tougher ones over here, especially the ones up north. Yeah, especially this one would have been nice. I don't think I can take that one. But that 11 one there might be possible with this particular army. Can't seem to use this one. Oh. Alright, that's helpful. Yeah, I should have been casting that a lot more frequently, huh? Final Veil. Yeah, I can't reach that prison anytime soon, unfortunately. Mountain Warden. Build. Hospital, that should be in all of them. Alright, I believe we do need to meet up with for the logistics meeting. So let's do that. Skip day. There we are, a lot done. Logistics reform. Heaven's Warriors. Strengthening the chain of command. Leadership. Nest cleanup. Add logistics. Sounds good to me. Alright, let's go back and do the logistics reform here. Oh, finally. Dorgalind is here. Commander, the supply situation is still critical. I'm doing all I can to find extra rations. Several caravans are on their way, but the reality is here and now. We can't feed the whole army. Until shipments get here, we'll have to cut them. Exactly, we'll have to tighten their belts. It's for you to decide. I proceed with caution and reduce everyone's provisions equally so as not to provoke conflicts. There's still going to be discontent, so we'll need fierce agitation in the ranks. We'll tell the soldiers the situation's to improve. Yes, it's most likely a lie, but it's for their own good. What's there to think about? The strong and capable get full rations, the rest get half. The hungry riots begin. We have good fighters on our side and the bad ones on the other. Makes sense, no? It's a duty of the strong to watch over the weak and not just on the battlefield. Above all else, we must feed those who might not make it through this time of hunger. The strong will endure even on short rations. If we have to cut rations, we do it, but let's at least not lie about it. We're telling them things are bad and may become worse. We'll see who's there for the food and who came for the crusade. Where'd this threat of hunger come from? Things were fine before? They were while Mendiv was stable, but while Her Majesty departed for Iz, things gradually started to slide toward chaos. And now they're all the way here. We can't provide for ourselves. We can't grow anything on this land. Can't breed anything like cattle. All our food comes from a single source, Mendiv's warehouses. And with each passing day, we're seeing less food and more warning signs. Perhaps it's good the Queen's here to listen to this, because she's got a lot of... still needs to handle Mendiv, you know? I'd like to hear the Council's suggestions. Woljif, what about your advice? My vast life experience tells me the kicks of a hungry mob are very painful, so when our troops rise up over the food shortage, and it's gonna happen, believe me, I'd rather be guarded by the bravest and toughest that look at the window at them leading the rebellion. That's why we better feed the meanest ones first, the rest. But we're responsible for all soldiers that entrusted their lives to us, not only the strongest fighters. Arushale, what about you? The soldiers in our army are all different. Some are stronger, some are weaker. Surely the strong will want to share their provisions with the more fragile comrades. They're healthy and resilient. They'll persevere. The weak, they might die of hunger. That way it'll be more fair, right? Dream on. If we treat our strongest troops like that, they'll take off and we'll be left with wimps. Or worse, they'll stay and take rations by force. Who's gonna stop them? Your scrawny friends? Lan, what's your opinion? Everyone will join the effort to conserve as much food as possible. We'll tell it like it is. It stinks today, it's gonna be worse tomorrow. Whoever refuses to suffer cold and danger is free to go. The rest have to grit their teeth. We've been through a lot and we're gonna make it through this too. And who's gonna stay in the army after a speech like that? Nobody with a brain in their head. That's who. You know I haven't seen around? The fighters who can live on thin air. Dorgalinda, what do you recommend? I suggest we cut everyone's rations harshly. We'll have to save some provisions in case there's a problem with the new deliveries. And we'll have to fight the lack of food. Do not plunder. Alright, we'll have to fight the lack of food campaigning. Just hold on a little longer, brave crusaders. The best ending's a good choice. Yeah, I'm trying not to do that, but when we're in an emergency, we have to figure this out. Hold on. If we tell the truth, we'll panic and lose the army. We'll lose damn everyone. It must be great to live on propaganda. Clearly, I've spent my life on the wrong stuff. Meritocracy. Main spellcaster's lodge and 50 more, archer less. I don't like... Even the name of this gives me concerns. For SMT, the Chaos faction is usually pitched as a meritocracy for the positives for it. Strong might makes right. The strong live, the weak die. On the surface, that makes perfect sense. After all, that way only the strongest live. But, you can't have a society that's only the strongest. Like, what's gonna happen once the weakest... Okay, the weakest are all dead. Now what? Well, what about the second weakest? Now they're the weakest now. Maybe they are just sitting pretty because they weren't at the absolute. Well, we should get rid of them too. Oh, wait, what about the third weakest? Now her weaknesses are exposed. Yeah, I've seen it time and time again. You're not gonna have that. Meritocracy is great on paper, but I can't... it's one of those ones I functionally cannot support. Strength is responsibility. 30% more spellcasters and champions. Trials of scarcity. Recruit for mythic units increases, but for trainable units reduces. The good choice. Self-confidence. Hate to pull some strings on Heaven, but we might actually have to ask for some divine intervention on this. It's risky, Commander. What if the shipments don't make it? We'll eat equally well, and then as equals, we'll starve to death, but we'll good as your command. Commander, this crisis will soon be over one way or another. If we've done things right, I'll assemble this council again and happily report success. If not, we've done all we could. At least this is definitely one of the ones where I actually think the mythic path might be extremely beneficial. Like, as an angel, we can definitely try and seek supplies. Like, the angels don't want to the actual angels don't want to accidentally bring the, what's it called? They don't want to escalate things too much, but it won't escalate too much by simply giving some supplies. Likewise, I imagine Lich doesn't have to worry about that at all, since the undead don't need sustenance. Like, that is definitely a perk of it. Whoever the Lich job trainer is, he's got a good point that the only thing that might be able to stop the nearly limitless demon hordes are the nearly limitless undead. But I could never go with that, especially on this character, because I couldn't go with it on this character for a number of reasons, but another one for most of my characters would go against as well. Under the logic that, well, okay, but once the demons are gone, how are we going to deal with this undead? Now granted, some have tried to do a good Lich playthrough, which is kind of amusing, and I kind of like it, honestly, but the game itself doesn't support it. That's one of the things where I'd say, if this was an actual DM running it, I could definitely see some good value in that, but... Alright, this is gonna be very, very risky. Okay, a good autosave there. This is risky, but I kind of want to give this a try. There's not many enemies in this stack. It's just a few really tall ones. So I think, keyword think, we can handle this. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to skip. Oh, I didn't skip. It just has them pause for a bit. Okay. Burning liquid. 78, 25. This might kill the witches outright, and I think that's going to be worth it just for that. Yeah, let's finish off the witches, period, so they don't cast anything. And that's going to be really helpful. Blood Ragers, I also don't want having too much. Light and Tempest Strike. What's that? The next enemy attack will deal damage to all adjacent units. Oh my. Finish the Blood Ragers. Yeah, I don't want them to get any attacks in. Ooh, excellent. Now, let's also use some siege abilities to weaken all these. Nice. Yeah, the only thing threatening about this army is that this is a massive stack. Yeah, Dragon Slayers are surprisingly strong just for a stack of only 5. Wow, the infirmary is almost full just from the Knights of Ozen. I guess that's all the more reason to kill these guys. There we are. I'm thinking I really should have gone for those Dragon Slayers over the Knights of Awesome, especially since this army in particular is very range heavy. The soldiers have wiped out a gang of bloodthirsty Khelids, descendants of the Sarkorians who bent their knees for the demons. Their chief, a vicious witch in bloodstained clothes, died clasping a most precious relic. A ring of chaos. Only chaotic characters can equip it. Ooh, level up. Obstacle, Holy Bomb. Siege power. Creates a holy storm in 3x3. This is a siege ability. Alright, Holy Bomb looks like the closest this general can possibly get to that, so we'll do it that way. Yeah, that's too many enemies, so I think for this particular character, I'm just going to be focusing on... Yeah, this will be fine. The strength and chain command needs a day. So we'll do that. Okay, good. Crusade morale is in good shape, so I don't need Glory of the Heroes. I do, however, need Heaven Warriors, so we'll go ahead and do that. Thomas Longar, my lady, an unfamiliar knight enters the hall. A white-bearded man clad in armor, polished sheen, and adorned with an image of Iomede's sword. Despite his age, his movements are confident, his eyes are sharp, and his voice trembles ever so slightly. Not because of his years, but his barely stained temper. I've come to report treason. Who are you? Sir Thomas Longar, paladin by grace of Iomede and your loyal servant. Until recently, I was Captain Hardiman's adjutant. I was involved in staff work. Alas, I'm no longer of age to be fighting on the front lines. A shame my chance to introduce myself to you has been made possible under such disgraceful... He's reporting treason. Oh dear. Where's Captain Harmadin? Although I have the feeling I'm going to have some very bad news. I'd say he's already made it halfway to Nearison. That's why I'm here to report, my lady. You are, of course, familiar with the Wary. They're a circle of schemers who've been stirring up trouble since the beginning. They're politicians undermining our holy cause with their petty intrigues. How many times have you routed them? After each battle, they are back at it again. He shakes his fist and gets a hold of himself. I beg your pardon. I mean to tell you something you didn't already know about them. Something I sadly didn't know until now. The leader this whole time was none other who incited them again and again. None other than Captain Hardiman. The traitor, the blockheaded fool. Since the beginning, he thought you were unworthy. You thwarted each and one of his preposterous intrigues. Now he's resolved to mutiny. The captain went to Nearison to bring back an army. One opposed our supposed reinforcements. The moment you let them in the city, he'll order them to seize you. Once that's done, he'll try to take command in your place. The nerve. If foolish arrogance could be used as firewood, the army would never have been need to worry about keeping itself warm in winter again. What are you suggesting? I know that traitors must face retribution, but what if the treason had not yet overwhelmed them completely? He was? I did notice that there was a lot of weird checks there, but honestly, believe it or not, I genuinely thought General Ozem was going to be the traitor because he had a portrait no one else did. But no, it turns out he has a portrait because you can possibly recruit him as a general. Apparently comes in as like level 15, which is genuinely really good. That would have been even stronger than Setsunit Shai at the time I recruited him, but honestly, I'm not in need of more generals, and if I did, it would have to be more mages, which he's not. So, and all you get from it, according to the guide, is just if he manages to win the final battle of the Crusade mode, he gives you a free headband of mental perfection, which is nice and all, but I felt I needed the raw stats more, especially since leadership was a bit of a problem. Regent treason's not yet overwhelmed them completely. Grant the captain a chance to gather his wits. Let us hold a memorial in honor of the fallen crusaders. When reinforcements arrive, we invite them to join us in paying our respects to the comrades. Remembrance of the fallen is important, but won't do that much good to us right now. Our main concern was coming our way to avoid bloodshed among the crusaders. We could introduce a new holiday. Let's say Day of All Good Gods. We'll meet the army with a feast, and the new rivals sit at our table. We'll let them talk candidly. They'll be surrounded by brothers and sisters. When the captain gives a senseless order, no one will have the heart to obey. We'll turn the traitors' plan against them. Dresden will become a mousetrap. Let the traitors in, close the gates, and block them. Then we demand they turn in the ringleader. We will execute him in plain view of the troops. The good captain wants to play at intrigue. I'll show him how it's done. A couple letters to the right people in Niresen, and he will never leave the city. So, Thomas, how'd you learn of this treason? Remember the debacle the wary had with their inane mutiny? That was when I became suspicious. All the traitors were close to the captain. A pity I didn't report these on the spot. I didn't think it would be fit an adjutant to inform on his own superior. Yeah, plus, it's not wise to... In the general sense, it's not wise to act on stuff you don't know. If you can't confirm it, you don't want to... It's difficult to want to act on it, because you could just make the situation worse. Hold on, let me grab a sip of my drink here. Well, before I do that, I'm curious, does he become revealed as the traitor no matter what you do, or does that depend? Because I have noticed I've passed quite a few perception checks about something going on each time I spoke with him. Wait, hold on. I kind of figured. Yeah, Kingmaker was a bit similar in that... Kingmaker's a bit similar in that the storylines for each of the kingdom upgrades is going to be the same no matter what, but how they play out changes completely depending on what you choose. I admit I kind of prefer here just because you get all your advisors' ideas and there's to pick from, as opposed to picking one advisor and either sticking to their plan or going with another one, where usually there's one that they're neutral to, one that they recommend, and one that they hate. And if you go with the one they hate too many times in a row, they'll usually leave. Now, granted, you also don't have to listen to them 100% of the time. Like, if you disagree with them a couple times, they're not going to be too bothered by that. And as I have said earlier in the campaign, you don't necessarily want to surround yourself with people you only ever agree with. But then I heard speeches of the officer meeting. He blamed you for suppressing the rightfully disgruntled traitors. These words put me on high alert. When the captain left for Niresen to oversee arrangements scoring the army, I made his way to his quarters to search them. He left in a great hurry. He didn't even check to see if the letters he'd thrown in the fireplace burned properly. They were just charred scraps, but they said enough to figure out what was going on and what his plans were. On top of the correspondence, I found this. A promise scenario from... They were issued from the Bank of Absalom. They're worth a fortune. Apparently, were intended as payment for mercenaries. He forgot them as he was picking them up. It seems he was in a panic, and as if he expected arrest. He must have thought you were suspicious of him. Now, yeah, actually, this isn't diplomacy up. A shame I already maxed out diplomacy ages ago. I saved Gaffrey's life. What more could he possibly want? Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I've been nothing but loyal to Gaffrey this entire time, even when there's times I probably he didn't have to be. He believes Her Majesty made a mistake placing the crusade in your hands. Once you're under arrest, he'll petition to grant him personal leadership. What I find tragic is that I understand him to some extent. Despite all the intrigue, deep down he's a true knight, but like any knight, he's just fully devoted to his lady. Didn't you notice? From the start, his loyalty is not towards you nor the Crusader cause, but to Gaffrey, and to her and her alone. When she set out for Iz, he desperately wanted to accompany her, but his queen gave him a different task. Hadaman had to wait from endeavoring reinforcements to Dresden, form a secondary army, and only then could he move into support. When you arrived and took command, I think it was a painful blow to him. Alright, let's talk about this in further detail. I hope together we can reach a reasonable solution. Sela, what about your plan? Choosing humanity over cruelty often proves to be a better way of handling disputes and problems. The soldiers are not at fault for being led by a criminal, and they don't even know what he's up to. Before he gives the order to revolt, we'll receive an army as welcome guests. We'll seat them next to our soldiers and let the armies become one. We'll offer our prayers to the good gods and remind them that everyone that the spirit of the crusade is more important than trivial quarrels. When that happens, even if the captain's foolish enough to issue the order, no one will comply. Sela's got a good point here. Ultimately, we might have to deal with him. The fact of the matter is, soldiers are not necessarily required to follow their leader's orders. I mean, how many times I disobey the queen here just to do the greater good? That's your kind of plan, Sela. It hinges on an extraordinary optimistic view. I, on the other hand, believe that no matter what, the captain will be foolish enough to give the order, and his troops will be foolish enough to carry out. Alright, Darren, what's your opinion? I have plenty of powerful acquaintances in Nereson. Some of them owe me favors, and I can offer a lot to others. An army captain is not that big of a fish. A letter or two, and he'll vanish like he never existed in the first place. As for the nobles that help us, we'll have a nice shared secret. Secrets in common bring people together. Having friends in high places that are bound by spilt blood open new possibilities for us. I believe that you and your cronies are unscrupulous enough to murder a captain of the Crusaders. What I find hard to believe is that you'll be able to pull it off in Nereson, the heart of Mendev, without getting caught red-handed. And even if you somehow get away with it, the Crusades' command shouldn't stoop to covert assassinations. Yeah, that's a bit of the sticking point here. Ultimately, well, I actually do trust Darren that he would be able to do that, and that his connections are strong enough to get away with it. We're still sanctioning an assassination rather than just arresting him. Irregular, yours is harsh. The army doesn't know it's following a traitor. He wants to order them to arrest the commander, but we'll be one step ahead. We'll lead them to Dresden, surround them, and promise to spare their lives if they turn in Hataman. Then we can tell the warriors what sort of crime they were almost drawn into right before we execute the commander in public. They'll be grateful for you for sparing them from unknowingly being complicit in treason. Lessons like these, ones you pay not with time or gold, but with blood, these lessons are invaluable to both soldiers and officers. Risky. What if he orders the troops to attack first, and what if the troops listen? There will be a slaughter. No, we need to defuse the situation carefully without resorting to direct confrontation. Yeah, Darren caught my interest, and he's certainly proven that he's a lot smarter than he acts. And I guess with the whole other thing, he kind of has to play the fool in order to handle that. That's in order to throw people off. I guess, now granted, I don't think he's lying about his opinions of nobles and all that stuff. He is still a jerk, but he's a jerk who's being enhanced far more than he'd normally prefer just because of that. But still, a noble in high places with a lot of skills. Sir Thomas, what's your advice? Greet the advancing army with the morning bells toll. Step out towards them and invite them to join us in prayer for all who've fallen in battle during this war. Captain Harmenton's plan is foolish, but he's a man of honor. We'll help him come to his senses and think better of issuing a treasonous order. The traitor is positive that he's right. As soon as you take one step towards him, he'll command his forces to draw their weapon. Your plan amounts to surrender. I'll defer to your judgment, Commander. I'm kind of surprised we don't have Gaffrey chime in on this. I get it's the commander's authority stuff, but, well, like I said, she's doing nothing but sitting in here the whole time. She's not joining my party, nor is she actually giving any information here, which is really weird. And I get why. Don't get me wrong, I know why. It's because she's capable of dying and so they don't want to make the game even more complicated than it already is by having a ton of relevant stuff happen with her based on whether or not she's alive, because that's going to just double every path that already exists. So I do understand that. Plus, again, given some of the companion quests, they were probably feeling like they were running out of time or resources by the end, so some stuff probably had to get cut more than they wanted. Sela. Beasts of a Sacred Host. Heavenly Ward for 30 days. Infirmary size stacks up to 9 times. Military exercise decree. Increase experience. All generals gain tactical superiority. Ah, that gives a weapon triangle of sorts. Not bad. Usually Gaffrey's just opting to watch her in action after the colossal screw-ups. I can get that, yeah. Like, even on the goody two-shoes run I'm doing now, she has to openly admit that it was her weakness that caused all this to go through. And I do appreciate that she was open and that she was open to saying she was wrong, because there was plenty of reasons she potentially could have simply stood her ground, but she didn't. She openly admitted she should have double questioned her things before. Likewise, she didn't really comment when people were openly criticizing her here, which I guess she can't. I guess she was always good at taking criticism. Even people comment, she just usually gave a wise-ass response and continued. She's definitely a complicated character, and I do think the game is better for it, because she's neither the powerful goddess known, but nor is she actually evil in disguise or anything like that. It's all just a very complicated situation that, frankly, almost anyone would probably have trouble with. Now, whether that would be more or less trouble than she has, that's up for debate, but but yeah, like I said, there's a lot. I'm glad they didn't make it too simple that she's actually good or actually she's evil or anything like that. Dark bonds. Repeatable. Great Commemoration Decree. A random allied Crusader army is recruited. Wow, apparently this works. On one hand, I do think Regil has a point that Hammond is absolutely convinced he's in the right for this. But on the other hand, mostly the only reason I kind of hesitate with Silas is because this only gives me the feat for 30 days, which is kind of annoying, because I already have to repeat it to stack it, and then, even then, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. Meanwhile, if I go with Sir Thomas's, that's a permanent, that's a good one there. Honestly, Darren's actually might be the best one, just because that's a permanent upgrade. It does repeat, yeah, but it takes... Let's check here. Feast of the Sacred Host. It takes 23 days to resolve. All generals gain for 30 days, so by the time it comes back, it'll almost be undone. That's kind of a pain. Meanwhile, if I get someone like Darren's Dark Bonds are permanent each time it goes off. It takes 30 days, but it never goes away. So, that's kind of nice. It also costs energy, which I got here. Then again, Great Commemoration, it just random allied Crusader army. It's boring but practical. This one military exercise does seem interesting, especially since that'll help my generals level a bit quicker, and they could use that, but, From a pure gameplay perspective, I'm leaning towards Darren's, but Sealer or Thomas seems good for the character, I think. The character's level probably doesn't sit well. Yeah. Yeah, I won't say he doesn't make good points, it's for sure. But at the same time... And Darren's is very good, it's just that I'm not sure how I can justify it in character. Because if I'm gonna do something harsh, I'd rather go with Darren's, because that deals with the problem. As mentioned, And a perk of Inquisitor is that sometimes they're one of the few ways to handle someone untouchable by the law. And utilizing a connection with Darren is reasonable. Yeah, for a character, it does seem like Sealer or Thomas, but those don't necessarily feel like the strongest, even though I'm guessing that no matter what you pick, it works out, which makes sense. The entire point is you have to go with what feels right for the character. Let's hope this will awaken the Captain's dormant conscience. I wouldn't dare hold out hope it'll wake his common sense. I'm gonna say the Crusade advisors and the discussions are definitely one of the biggest highlights of this game in the general sense. Everyone's personalities are out on display, but they also justify each one rather well, including reasonable counterpoints. Yeah, this one might be a bit dangerous. Alright, that's gonna be a little dangerous, but I think it should be fine. Alright, let's head on over to the, I need to hope more events that show up that can give me leadership points show up, because I am in dire need of more of those. Otherwise I should have no trouble maxing out all the other, skills in the... Yeah, I should have no issue maxing out logistics for the end of the game, but leadership seems to only come from events that crop up, so I need to be wary if I want to max that before the end of the game. In Kingmaker, I got most of everything maxed, but not all of it. But then again, you only have 5 stats in this game, while Kingmaker has, like, 7. So you have to spread things out a little more, especially since not all buildings add the same stat. The other is defeated with this other entity. Uniform, he will not miss the chance to enjoy every moment of his new life. Alright, now let's see if the portal moved, because I'd really like to have the portal in a more convenient location than where it is right now. Yep, that portal closed, so where's the new one? Perfect. Here we are. The portal's open. It is time for us to go. Baruchale completing the stealth check to avoid these random battles has been a godsend. A merchant? Nah. You have the key, don't you? That means you can go close one and open it. No, I actually went to a closed one a little while ago and it wouldn't even let me click on it. It didn't even give an error message or anything, which was a little weird, but it is what it is. Great commemoration. There's a lot of warriors who fought and the demons and heroically died. The commander's servants will arrange a commemoration. Bars walk the streets. Yeah. Well, either way, it's here, and I can conveniently do this. Oh, right. I'd best rest out here real quick. Oh yeah, I have more than enough food for the cursed peel-off, so we'll go with that. Look here, old brig, this is a fork. Did you have these in Sarkoris? In Sarkoris we had honor, we had loyalty, we had warm-hearted families, and we had love. As for forks, yes, we had them too, and we knew where to stick them. Of all the DLC stuff I've played so far, I'd definitely say Last of the Sarkoris has been really good. Both the city there, its storyline, and of course, Olbrig. But of course, I haven't done Inevitable Excess or the other ones, so... He's definitely a fun guy to have around. Oh, this is a very long bridge. Alright, there it is. Alright, time to get everyone ready here.
Not ending just yet.
Use the save file from the very end of the game anyway. Better get finish the game first. Yeah, my understanding is you beat the game and then Inevitable Access is basically for that. So that'll be interesting. And I definitely need to make sure everyone has Death Ward because I have the... Don't ask why. I get the sense I'm probably going to be needing it. I should probably delete some of the really old save files, at least for this one here. The game does seem to take a while to load sometimes. Will saving throw succeeded? Oh my. Crushing Despair Aura. Your mistress, Aponovicius, is dead and gone. Svedek is the warden now. Svendak is the warden now. That feeble gnat is not even a demon. We obeyed Aponovicius, but we'll never bow to her. Then go join your snake, knucklehead.
They are the darkness.
Seems they've... seems they've got a bit of infighting. Right, how could I forget this part? Worry.
I will resist.
Yeah, a bit. I don't know who they're talking about. Wait. Oh, Aponovicius, using a quick search, Aponovicius was the one I killed in that cutscene with angel powers, right before choosing my final mythic path.
The light, take you.
Well, if you want to cause each other problems, far be it from me to mess with things too much. Bones broken.
Prepare yourself. Into the fray.
Svendak. A happy smile plays in the elf's lips. Her soft, deep voice raises confidence. Mortals rarely come to the ineluctable prison of their own free will. I'm ever so glad to see you. Once I imprison the one who killed Aponovicius, I'll fully establish myself as the mistress of this jail. I'm sure my little ones would love to play with you. She folds her arms and whispers touching affection. I'll give you a wonderful life. Over her belly and just whispers with touching affection. I'll give you a wonderful life. I'll feed you soft Golan flesh. You'll be strong, brave, wage like her father. Interplanar crossbreeding. Fascinating. Just a moment. Don't move a muscle. I need to take some samples, measure measurements. Mucosal swab, minor spinal tap. Stand still. What? Get back. The elf, alarmed by enthusiasm, was Nenio's reaching for her. Get your hands away from me. Don't even think about it. How dare you? Take a closer look at her. Knowledge world check complete. An ignorant observer might be confused by the strangely hued skin, white hair, and eyes, mistaking for signs of old age or dire affliction. But you recognize this is a priestess of Drow, dark elf who curse people who live in the dark lands. Vaults and passages under the surface. All entrances can be found throughout the world. It's uncommon to venture. Who are you? I'm Sevandak, new warden of the ineluctable prison. After you were so kind as to dispatch of Aponovicius and free up the position, I seized control with the gracious approval of our lord. At the mention of Baphomet, her eyes light up with zeal, and he granted me a greatest gift, the right to bring a new, beautiful light in this world. Aponovicius? Her bright giggle. The foolish Merilith, who heard that Dresden was left defenseless and sought to conquer it. She thought if she procured a trophy as glorious as the Wardstone, she could rise in the eyes of our lord, surpass the upstart Vorlish, and become his archpriestess. But the ugly snake had the misfortune of running into you, yes? You're Drow, what are you doing here? Her high-pitched voice almost hysterical. I serve my master, he's shown me. Oh god, Yeah, it seems like if you want to bother the enemy as much as humanly possible, you want Nenio and Ember in your team. Because Ember keeps asking them nicely to stop being evil, and Nenio keeps asking them really silly questions. Having her in the battle against Baphomet was definitely one of my best ideas ever, because it was hilarious just hearing his reaction. But yeah, I'm getting this... Given how many people directly claim to be descended from Baphomet, I get the sense he might be a bit of a horn dog. Dang, hard to believe there's anyone in the multiverse who is even more horny than Darren. And I get the sense Darren wouldn't be too bothered by that. He might even say, hey, yeah, dang, someone's muscling in on my turf or something like that. You'd go with it. Understanding of pain. My people's knowledge of even my people's knowledge of pales in comparison. And he gave me my lovely babies. What is this place? This is the ineluctable prison. It's my Lord Baphomet's domain. In this grand labyrinth of cells and torture chambers, prisoners meet their end, become food for the brood of the Lord of Beasts. And we, the faithful, discover power and guile. One of the demons not bothered is Nocticula. I'm also glad I brought her when we met Jubilost. Of course, the two hit it off shockingly more than expected. Oh, Guile, what was the battle about? Torture chambers, prisoners meet their end, and we, the faithful, discover power. What was that battle about? Some of the guards hate me even more than they hated Aponovicius. Others fear her so much they simply can't believe the sly serpent's dead. How many partners you've had? It's all about quality, not quantity. Yeah. Huh? Nocticula is definitely pretty good at some sass, that's for sure. Then again, even she said not to underestimate her, and I guess I was kind of even taking her advice when I refused her boon, because when I looked it up earlier, a little earlier, oh yeah, okay, so she gives you a genuinely large stat boon, but then if you do anything she disapproves of, you have to win a very high will check. Now, with how ridiculous my stats are right now, I could probably make it, but then I lose the boon anyway, so yeah, I think it's for the best that I turned it down. Some of the guards hate me, fear her. I've ordered that all those fools be cut down or tossed in the same cage as prisoners they were torturing yesterday. It's so funny watching them getting ripped to shreds. Don't get in my way or I'll kill you like I killed your predecessor. Oh, don't waste your breath on empty threats. You'll never find your way in this maze. I'll just wait until you're lost, weak, then I'll capture you and throw you in the darkest cell. I'd deal with you myself, but I can't put myself or the life that grows inside me at risk. Give me a hand to the inheritor or I'll take it by force. I'll do no such thing. Your master's already tasted his torment and it's to his liking. You won't disturb his feast. I've spilled your master's blood before. You don't scare me. You had the audacity to wound our lord. You'll pay for this blasphemy, you and your Nocticula. What did Nocticula have to do with that? She probably assumes that the only way I was able to damage... Yeah, I guess she assumed that the only reason I was able to defeat him was with Nocticula's help. But unfortunately for her, I did not need any help, shockingly. I mean, it was a bit dull just having to wait until I got a natural 20 to hit, but hey, the nice thing about Chapter 4 is it got me to look for more ways to cut down enemy AC, like Sela's Mark of Justice, or grabbing the Mythic feat that allows me to cut enemy AC as well. Just stacking stuff like that does a lot to make enemies easier to hit. I also should be taking it, and of course, Quarry from, yeah, Urushale's Quarry also does the same thing. It makes it easier for her to hit, although only against one target, but to be fair, I usually have her focus down a particular target at a time. But yeah, I guess it makes sense she'd assume I could only do that because of Nocticula here. But she's about to get a very rude awakening. Remove the seal. Lore religion. Blood gushes down in a never-ending stream. It's most likely that it came from the prisoners themselves. Most probably, this blood was created by a nightmarish reality of the abyssal realm. Yeah. Knowledge Arcana.
A success worthy of praise.
Judging by the dark aura, it is emanating a spell of crushing despair. In that case, so I have to, let me guess, I'm gonna want to smash it. I'm sure this can't end badly. I knew Ulbrig wouldn't let us down. Oh my.
They will break against our resolve.
Okay, I need to be wary of how often I use Bane in this area, because otherwise I'll run out. I guess I might not need it for the generic trash mobs like these guys here, though. Hard to believe. This kind of thing would actually have been intimidating a lot earlier in the game. Wait, what? Let's get rid of the shooters here. The destroyer arm. The destroyer's arm. Look everywhere. This very important item here off the beaten path. Yeah, I'm not always the best at that, I notice.
Guide my blade. Desna, guide my hand.
Man, that's a lot of crits. Thankfully, Olbrig is very durable. Good offense and defense. Hard to complain.
Make your peace. Do not fear. Do not waver.
Oh, there's a puzzle here. Wait, what's this thing? Ooh. Pathfinder.
Amaranda gratior.
Does it have bones? It has bones, apparently. Phantasmal Killer. Wait, what's its saves look like? Pretty good, actually. Blast. Quarry.
I will resist.
Mark of Justice. I don't know if I want to get in that water, so let's just keep our distance. Alright, yeah, reducing its AC is really helpful. Oh, come on, really? It dispelled a lot of annoying stuff. Well, no matter, I can recast that just fine. Let's use something big here. Nenyo, burn it.
Prepare yourself.
Man, that was a big one. I might as well use some of these. Oh, hey there, buddy. Hey, wait a minute. You guys aren't supposed to be here. Yeah, they probably should have better patrols than this. I'm almost insulted they think this is enough to stop me. Huh? Hey, Chief, aren't you worried Svendek will skin you alive? You're one of the old warden's favorites and all. Don't you go spreading false rumors. Lady Ponvish is too strong. She couldn't have died. She'll be back and she'll make that upstart pay. Ooh, this guy's got gonna have some bad news. You're an idiot, Chief. You should have sworn your loyalty to the elf right away. Like we did.
Let's have some fun.
Pathway, if we go demon, you can come here early. Yeah, it does seem like there's actually a pretty good amount of path changes. Like, Pelura's Fall, you're not supposed to go until chapter 5, but because I was the angel path, I could go right away. It's kind of neat. right. Everyone lost the protection from fire communal, so let me just recast that. I don't want to waste Bane on this guy. Some of the ragdolls are kind of funny. Cloak of Resistance +6, so my. I guess my main character needs that above all else, huh? Granted, it's probably wise for me to use the bound passage just because of how ridiculous it is to have my Sword of Heaven doubled, but a Sword of Resistance cloak is kind of massive. Yeah, Richelieu is gonna need this one, so she gets the 5 next. I imagine the earlier paths you can start have a lot more elaborate stuff just because they're around for so long. A distorted reflection appears in the cloudy mirror only after a while. It emerges and laps your face. A bloody slash gaps across its throat. Awaken the magic circle. This can't possibly end badly, right? Baphomet. A menacing horned figure appears in the mirror's reflection. A sharp, hateful gaze pierces you. You can almost feel your soul being turned inside out. I see you, mortal. Can I just say how good the voice acting in this game has been? Baphomet only had a few voiced lines, but he was just he had a real dominating presence here. And the party members, oh, they're just... Kingmaker had some good ones as well, but Wrath is really on another level. You must be drunk on your victory over me to have brazenly ventured my realm. Foolish insolence, you'll never reach me. Here in my realm, I have 1,001 ways to get rid of you. Release the hand of the inheritor. He feigns surprise. Release whom? Oh yes, the angel. What good is you to you now that I've wrenched his virtuous heart and ordered my minions to hack it with knives, tear it to pieces and singe it with flames? What would you want with a deranged, desperate claw of rage and pain? Did someone lead you to believe you could still save him? Ha, even Iomade would have no use for him anymore. It appears you've been sent here like a lamb to slaughter. You've been fed some asinine tale about an important mission, so you'd rush to your death without hesitation. What is this place? This place was once a place of my own imprisonment. Asmodeus, enraged by my attempt to steal from him, confined me here for an eternity of torment. Lamashtu has renounced me and left me to rot, but as you can see, I managed to slip away and take this little toy with me. Now the ineluctable prison is the heart of my realm in the abyss. No soul can escape here, be it prisoner or slave that gave their life for me. All, from the most worthless cultist to Hespamira, whom I killed in the mines of Colfir, remain here, for they are mine. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he killed her after just one failure. I mean, even Minaga was given a couple before she was finally given punishment. But I guess he wouldn't be evil if he was... I guess he wouldn't be evil if he wasn't being a chaotic stupid on occasion. How do you escape from Asmodeus' prison? You wouldn't never understand. Baphomet's voice actor is so damn good, a nightmare invaded my omens into your mind. I woke up with a little joke. Holy shit! And yet somehow that would be very in character for Baphomet too. That's the terrifying part. He loves to show up when he's least wanted. I mean, I certainly wasn't expecting to have, after defeating... I knew I'd had to fight Hespamira at the end of Chapter 4, but I was not expecting to have to fight him too. And boy, was he an uphill battle. Thankfully, I have ways to... Given we're probably gonna have to fight him and Descari again, I'm gonna have to make sure I have ways to get past their ridiculous AC. Although, granted, I actually think Descari was the more frustrating one. largely because of his ability to spawn his ridiculously powerful swarms. Once Discari's done and I don't have to worry about him, I'll be a lot happier, I'll tell you that much. You never understand, mortal. Imprisonment begins here. He presses a claw against his forehead, against the burning, bleeding pentagram of Asmodeus. Once I'd passed through the maze of my own mind, I tricked it by destroying the very notion of imprisonment. I created a lie where I was free, and I made the multiverse itself believe. What, too complicated? That's understandable. Even I couldn't fathom the mysteries at first. It took me years to ponder the knowledge given me by Ereshkigal, the Faceless Sphinx. Is that Ereshkigal, or is that Nyarlathotep? Because I know Nyarlathotep is also a black sphinx with no face. Well, no matter. I actually think I might understand what he's talking about. Basically, he created he did something conceptual, something that was neither physical nor direct. He basically made it so he is conceptually incapable of being imprisoned, and so that kind of changed everything. Yeah, I'm not 100%, but I think I actually follow to an extent. I was asked a riddle once too. She looks in the mirror, pensive, and I too would ponder for a long time that I was changing who I was. But Desna's riddle showed me the path of good and truth. Yours only dragged you deeper into the pit of lies and evil. Yeah, you hear that, you old goat? She escaped the abyss and you bound yourself to it for eternity. You stand no chance against us. What an amusing freak, a succubus turned to the path of good. I've received reports about you, Arushale. I'll take you alive. I've never had the pleasure of corrupting a repentant succubus. And what do you want from me specifically? Kneel before me and break the oaths you sworn to your masters. Only thus may you mitigate the punishment that awaits you. Very soon, my host will put an end to the foolish venture you call a crusade. Do you know why this place is named the Ineluctable Prison? The Prince of Darkness, Asmodeus, upon creating this maze, willed that no one would ever escape the walls. Those are no mere words, it's an enchantment, a definitive and disputable order. Many souls have perished here since. The most cunning and dexterous of thieves would come up to test the magic of Asmodeus, and not one of them would make it back out. Well, it sounds like they just suck. I'm the only one who found the loophole. Okay, that's something my character wouldn't say, but I would. I was the only one who found the loophole in the decree. I did not simply find my way out of the maze. I simply took it back to the abyss with me, turning it into a realm of my own. And what about you, mortal? What's your escape plan? What key will you use to unmake the sorceries here? How will you find your way through the tangled corridors of my labyrinth? What hope can you possibly have of matching me? Okay. Right. The left-hand rule, I know that one. The left-hand rule is, actually, it's common in mazes in general, not just video games, but physical ones. Basically, you put your hand on the wall of the maze, and you just follow it while never touching anything, while never taking it off for any reason. Even if you run to a dead end, you'll leave holding the other side of the wall, and eventually, you will find the end of it. The way can't be found, it can only be made. There's surprised approval in his voice. A clever answer. So it can't be made. Yeah, I'm assuming. The left-hand rule works for regular mazes, but obviously magical ones won't work. And just your blessing question mark is obviously a nonchalant answer, so the way cannot be found, it can only be made. Clever answer, you make a bright slave. What key will you use? Sheer insane, stubborn willpower. Right, when you're groveling, I'll consider re-educating you. A scream of pain hits your ears, the walls shudder, you hear something crumble with a dull, thundering noise. The floor under your feet shakes like the undulating back of a beast rudely awakened. I take it my minions have resumed their work on the angel. To observe his agony is an exquisite delight. It feels as though I'm experiencing that unbearable pain myself. And you will experience as well. Okay, so Baphomet is a massive horn dog and a massive sadomasochist. We know he likes to make people suffer, but I didn't know he liked experiencing himself. Dang, we're learning a lot about Baphomet's personal life. Alright, so... yeah, Touch of Good is just really nice for these checks here.
Rules are made to be broken.
Splendidly.
Okay, that worked. Sheer insane, stubborn willpower. There we are. got all these healing items. I should definitely use those to avoid needing to, It's more they see his offspring as tools to use. Yeah, that, I know there's a practical reason for it, but it's more funny to just say he's a massive horn dog. I did look up, and he does have unique dialogue if you, oh, who are you? Insane Dretch. What? Huh.
Out of my sight.
But yeah, we did get a hint that he only sees his offspring as weapons when how his supposed high priestess Hespamira, the one he supposedly favors, he had no hesitation turning his back on and killing the moment it was convenient. Oh my. Okay, so these guys explode into... Are there any more of them? Okay, so they're suicide bombers. I'll have to keep that in mind. I don't want to have to rebuff freaking everyone. Oh. There's an enemy there I forgot to... Still, as Limbus Company has mentioned, it's not just sex and stuff. Simply wanting to spread influence and spread influence and ideals is a form of lust in of itself. So I would definitely say lust is one of Baphomet's great sins.
No time for debates.
Ah. Alright, let's use True Sight Communal. Okay, yeah, that was a wise decision. Okay, yeah, this is why I'm glad I gave everyone fire resilience. I must say, you guys are quite clever. The only reason this failed is because I figured demons love to use fire, and thus I'll want to be resilient to it. And of course, you don't have a way to deal with a big-ass griffin in your face. Most people don't. Remember, the chances of getting your face mauled off by a big-ass griffin is small, but never zero. Yeah, those guys would be a huge pain if I wasn't good at planning. Oh my. Yeah, I can't hold back. These things need to die, and they need to die yesterday. Cursed bomb, curse of idiocy.
Prepare yourself.
Destruction. Here we are.
Nice try.
Icy prison. Reflex save made. Yeah, I need to stop these will saving throws. If you keep hammering them, they will fail eventually.
No glory without risk. Desno, guide my hand.
Destruction. There we go. Another one down.
Into the fray!
Make your peace disappear.
I will see to your
The attack of opportunity killed it. Nice.
I sense something.
Now let's grab everything over here. Another one down, another one down, another one bites the dust. Indeed. Now that's supposed to be the next area up. But this one's also going through here. Howling Doom.
Please, allow me.
Obelisk of Crushing Auras, Despair. Pick the lock. This is nothing for her skill.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
I refuse to accept their statement.
Yeah, these guys aren't even worth a Bane use.
Success worthy of praise.
Just worthy of praise. Yeah, the fact this is leading me in here is suspicious. Baphomet. The Minotaur on your path suddenly sneers and opens his blooded maw. Your low, mockingly cheerful voice of Baphomet comes out. I wonder when you'll finally accept your doom. You mortals are so amusing in your attempts to oppose us, the Lords of the Abyss. You fight, risk your mechs, make sacrifices, yet we still push you back, without the slightest inconvenience. Big talk from someone who's actually been pushed back for the first time in 100 years. You think anyone will remember your self-sacrifice a decade from now? I'll forget your name, and the names of those who came before you. Your Galeran will be ruled by my mighty brood. Yeah, I knew he was a horn dog, with the blood of a lord of beasts coursing through their veins. My offspring shall inhabit your lands, and soon the lineage of every living soul will be traced back to me. Oh, wow. Dang. This guy would give Zeus a run for his money. And every breathing body will bear my burning seal. Arilu will lead my armies, and Golarn will drown in blood. You even trust your army to Arilu? Yes, now that Hespamira has failed me, Arilu has become my new general. She's already told me everything she could discover from Nocticula, and this knowledge has been quite valuable. What's more, she still serves Discari and reports all of his orders and designs to me. She's proven herself a competent spy, despite her mortal origins. Chuckled the voice. I've exalted Arilu and made her my first slave, but do not be so quick to underestimate me. I know full well she will betray me whenever the opportunity arrives, but I'll just betray her first. On one hand, I can understand wanting to keep a known spy. I guess that is kind of a thing. He's got a good point. If you know a spy is there, but they don't know you're aware of that fact, you can actually use them for. They're actually quite safe, quote unquote safe, that you can get information from while not letting them accomplish anything. Oh, actually, how can I do this? You know how in social deception games like Among Us, there's sometimes a survivor. There's sometimes a villager faction character who is in league with the wolves. If you know who they are, it's usually a good idea to vote them out if you don't know who the wolves are, but if you have an idea of who the wolves are, you usually want to vote all of them out and simply ignore anything the conspirator has to say. Sometimes they're a cultist, sometimes they're the jester, but the concept is the same. Once you know who they are, they're quite safe because you just know to ignore them. And while voting them out isn't a bad idea if you don't have any better options, doing so doesn't technically progress the win condition. I've already defeated Hespamira, your mightiest daughter. I can handle the rest. You speak of Hespamira as if you're hoping your words will wound me. You killed one of my descendants, and her specter now wanders these halls. Am I supposed to care? I could spawn hundreds, thousands more. Among them, there will be those in whom my blood is stronger, and they'll surpass Hespamir. Believe me, I possess none of father sentimentality, for I am not a father, but their creator and their god. Yeah, like you said, he only sees them as a tool, so of course he's not going to have an connection. Noble families are nests of vipers, where every relative is either a useful resource or dangerous rival. I'm quite familiar with the relationships that surround the lords of humankind. I suppose things are more or less the same with demon lords. Yeah, there's a reason I want to keep Darren around, both gameplay-wise and to hear his comments. Plus, you do sometimes get a few mask-off parts of him here and there, and those can be especially interesting. I met another one of your daughters, Horzala. Horzala bet everything and lost. She invoked my name when she was on the brink of defeat, but I did not answer. Why would I? I'm not in the habit of playing favorites among my offspring. They must earn their place by tearing their competition to shreds. The weak must be weeded out to keep the blood strong. Horzala was stronger in a fight, but Hespamir was more cunning and vicious, which is why she prevailed. Why should I nourish the root shoots of a weaker branch when I can give all my attention to that one that's stronger? Yeah, as a reminder, I can list too many flaws with might makes right. Although I do at least respect that he considers cunning and diplomacy to also be genuinely good skills, as opposed to the usual might makes right, which only cares about actual boots on the ground unga bunga strength, which is missing a lot. Because a lot of those warrior races are pretty much doomed no matter what they do, since if you only value the actual combat, not the actual infrastructure that makes conquest and warfare possible, you're not lasting. And yeah, I know it's a popular trope in fiction, but that's because writers can just teleport in as many warriors as the faction needs to be a legitimate threat. It doesn't have to be realistic at all. Tell me about your offspring, Yugfellas. Hespamir tried hard to strike his name from the memory of the Abyss itself. Yugfellas was always crafty and able, but he lacked zeal and ire. I valued his shrewd mind and uncanny ability to lie, and I found it regrettable that when she disposed of him. I didn't interfere, of course. My children must fight amongst themselves, for only then can the strongest be revealed. Are you going to brand your servants, or is Minago just lucky? I place various seals upon my slaves. There are those who grant power, those who bring delight, those who inflict pain, and those who simply mark their bodies as mine. Minago failed me, and I encouraged her to correct her mistake. The seals tormented her every breath, draining her strength. Only by destroying you could she be free of them. Unfortunately for her, she failed. How about you stop cowering behind your minions? Are they, my spawn, my faithful worshippers, not part of me? Do they even consider themselves separate from their master? You cling to the notion of individuality without realizing their own self does not exist. You're but an instrument that's been grasped by several hands at once. Your destiny, your actions, and even your thoughts are theirs to control. You don't understand? No matter, you will. As you wander the darkness of my labyrinth for eternity, you'll give up the illusion of selfhood. How will you know who you are then? Deftly sidestepped. I'll try to remember that one. Let's say a creditor walks up to you and asks for the money you owe, and you respond, well, see, the notion of individuality is an illusion. Money's a figment of society and not real, especially in Abadeus, so I shan't be paying. Darren is seeing straight through him. Though, yeah, Darren started thinking through him. Although, yeah, Baphomet straight up changed the subject. Lore religion. Recall the unholy texts of demon worshippers. Honestly, I don't need the experience here, so maybe I should just be an asshole to him. But I guess we can see here. Let me just check here. Oh, right, there was a puzzle in that back room I needed to complete. Oh, never mind. It says... Alright, let's see here. See here. I just want to make sure I'm not accidentally going to hit a wall of no return, because that would be a bit painful. Okay, it says it doesn't matter. It says basically I can do most of this labyrinth in almost any order I want, which is actually quite convenient. It means I don't have to worry about missing something by accident as long as I don't leave too early. Unholy text of demon worshippers. Like you, I'll stop becoming a prisoner and be a monster. He looks as silent as you. You don't even realize how alike we are, mortal. Know that, just as I once was, you have been betrayed by your own patroness. He lapses into silence and studies you. Time for you to die. Minotaur's body begins to swell and alter. Baphomet's pouring a generous dose of his power. You seek to battle me. I'll sacrifice the body of one of my faithful to show you a fraction of my true might.
They will break against our resolve.
I still have my buffs up, which is not rather nice, honestly. Okay, good. Reduce his, yeah, reducing the AC is gonna help us out a lot. Baphomet's Chosen. Now that's a nice title. Okay, yeah, 50 AC. I'm glad I was able to reduce that. Damage. He resisted it. Oh well. Nenyo, what's his saves again? I imagine it's gonna be good, something good. That's a good will save, honestly, so it's probably not worth it to try and risk a weird. So let's... Okay, good. Oh, he failed the save! Oh, that poor bastard. Alright. The mark. Oh yeah, none of us are gonna miss. Yeah, Baphomet, I think your power might not be as great as you think it is.
You're irrelevant.
I finished here. Is there more?
That's another puzzle. We don't have the means to solve it yet.
Something is not right here.
Ooh, this guy.
Time for debates.
Bone break. Time to have some beef. Now let's find out what's in this hidden room. Or this might just be a shortcut, I guess. A magical barrier that protects the cage. But despite the fact it's clearly been empty for a while.
I will defend my dream.
A Lilitu. Well, that was easy. Ah, here we are. Demonic rage. You know, thinking about it, I do wonder what Sela might say. I've killed a lot of Eromide Inquisitors lately, after all. Then again, she might, knowing it's about me, like, oh, the Inquisitors creep me out a bit. It's supposedly we're all on the same side, yet they break Yomide's rules all the time, just for the greater good. But no offense. But I suppose what matters most is you and them, they're all just doing what you believe in. No. And at the end of the day, you gotta stand up for what you believe in. Something like that. Maybe she'd even ask what we think, if we have any regrets or something about it. I'm sure releasing these prisoners can't end badly.
Is there more?
The prisoners mumbling in a rare dialect of Quadrian tongue. We were 6 thieves running the prison, now there's none. 5 battle, and I'm bound for torments. Blah 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 blah.
I sense some thing.
Of course it's past the barrier. Why wouldn't it?
A success worthy of praise. I'm glad I was useful to you.
There we go. Judging by the appearance of the specter before you, she is brutally tortured before her death. Her hair is coated in blood, her lips swollen, split by a gash, her mouth open, desperate expression, the black void where the teeth should be as she speaks. Her voice is garbled, gurgling. Who are you? Another torturer? I'm not your enemy. How can I help? I don't trust you. I mustn't. This place is full of liars, but you're different. If you truly are my enemy, then please help me. Weariness wrestles the desire to believe you. My soul has been stained by suicide, but still holds a spark of light. I'm willing to give it to atone for the evil that was committed because of my negligence. My husband's blade, Dawnflower Kiss, was taken by the demons. It's a holy relic. Defiling it is a grave sin. If you rip it from their clutches, I can purify it with a light even Baphomet couldn't take from me. Perhaps then, my lady will have mercy upon me and accept my wretched soul. What kind of blade is it? As Radiant Sarenrae was battling Rovagug, a grand rift appeared in Golaran, and flaming stone fragments filled with Dawnflower's might flew and scattered across the land. They turned to magnificent blades, shining bright, smiting darkest evil. One of these was entrusted to my beloved Estalglir. In losing it, we've disgraced ourselves. Where should I look for it? A Marilith by the name of Punkha's warden took it with her. Unfortunately, I don't know if she still has it or if someone else is wielding it. I only sense one thing. It did not leave the prison. I'll find the blade. Perhaps Lady Sarenrae will listen to pleas of a wicked sinner such as I. Ah.
It went splendidly.
Arcana check succeeded. Very easy.
I finished here. Is there more?
Who are you? Who are you? You're no guard and no servant of Baphomet. I can't see you, but I can smell... This is so... I can smell that you're strong, very strong. Do you want to fight or do you want to join us? Whoever you are, I thank you for my freedom. Please accept my humble gift. For your mercy and martial prowess, I grant you death. The death to be gifted with respect and love. Damage roll 0. Did I make a mistake letting her out? Whatever. Whatever it tried to hit me with, it was really dumb. It didn't do anything. Guess I'd best head back over here. You're here. I can smell you.
Do not waver.
I'm rather amused. Ashen Lady. Quarry.
Prepare yourself.
I don't fear that I might lose your trail. Even though I can't see you, I can clearly smell the curse I've shared with you. No offense, but you don't seem to have anywhere near the level of power required to kill me. Yeah, you're kind of a joke. I'm guessing the obelisk is around here.
It's not right.
We are the light. They are the
Desna,
darkness.
guide my hand.
The inheritor. Guide my blade.
Make your peace.
Stop the pleasantries.
I finished here. Is there more?
There's a loose brick. Bone breaking time.
I will resist.
Well, that was easy. I'm gonna bother with Bane. +3 weapons. Ooh. Baphomet's actually spending money on these.
How is useful to you?
Long live what we serve, later shall set us free, for we have a common foe. I see no reason not to release them. Even demons don't deserve to be caught, imprisoned for such little reason. An empty room, you say?
I will help where I can.
Oh, that's odd. Then again, that room might be relevant when in here for another reason.
I finished here. Is there more?
The transparent skin stretch over bones and half-gnawed fingers and indicate this prisoner died of hunger. If I could finish off Baphomet in here, that'd be quite nice.
I finished here. Is there more?
Free us and we'll serve you, I swear. They're gonna kill us, aren't we? Well, let's kill them then. Ah, stupid mortal. Let's kill them. They'll make us guards for it. Yeah, I'm sure these guys are starting to regret this action. Out of destruction. Unfortunate. Well, that's a nice way to finish it. Wow, there's nothing even good in there. You jerks wasted my time. Screw you. bone shaker.
Into the fray!
Buckler, Abbey Shield. Another puzzle room, huh?
I sense something.
The darkness that rolls beneath it looks penetrable and somehow cavernous. Maybe in the darkness itself is a dangerous monster in this insane abyssal realm. I don't want to jump across there until I have a lot more discovered. I know she has bones. Quarry.
Desna, guide my hand!
Maybe I should check the map here. A labyrinth like this, it's good to have a map. Otherwise, I'm just gonna be wandering around here for like 4 hours. I'll get it all eventually. Oh, right, I got the solution for the blood pool room, apparently. Let me grab a sip of my drink while we're waiting, then. I am completely out of, drinks. What's this, another patrol? Ah, this prick. Oh, the Sword of Heaven ended. Gotta recast it.
The light, take you!
Huh. I am amused she just straight up left. Oh dang, the dragon fire is still coming out of its mouth. Alright, so what's the answer to this puzzle here? I got it. There we are. Diamonds. I guess that's going to be useful for some of the stuff going forward.
This'll leave a bruise.
This condition is irrational.
Oh dear.
Welcome to your company.
I'm gonna create a restore from the, angel. What the hell? Okay, now that's just being an asshole.
We will win this war.
Rely on me.
Alright, asshole, if you're gonna be doing it that way, I'll do this one at a time.
Missed me already.
Oh, I see. For some reason I thought the boulders turned. I don't see anything in this end, so I probably... Ooh. There we go, obelisk destroyed. Now it will no longer be tormenting us.
You are my favorite aid.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, she's got way too much weight on. What am I gonna do to get rid of it? Well, actually, there's a few belts that will fix this problem. There we go. Now she's no longer slowed.
I agree.
I guess I've been playing too much Zelda or something where the boulders can defy physics as much as they damn well please.
Let's explore.
world's not ending just yet. Let's get to the exciting part.
Luckily, the ranger should be pretty quick to move.
I'm trusting you.
Yeah, following the boulder is probably wiser than running in front of it. Finally. We're all the children of Baphomet. Read this and pass it on. On the basics of sin magic. Roots of sin are the seven virtues. According to the teaching, the virtues are charity, generosity, humility, love, kindness, temperance, zeal, or a gift from the supreme goddess, Lasala. Only just and wise rulers are deemed worthy. A metamorphosis, however, turns these 7 sins. Greed is replaced with gloom, with sadness or gloomness, with
Something is not right here.
in older versions. With greed pulling double, with gluttony pulling double duty's greed. The bed is covered with old moldy sheets that haven't been changed in a long time. Though granted, the drooling Domodan stares at you dully. Unfinished golem with small gems installed on the eyes.
I finished here. Is there more?
The bookshelves are full of rare arcane tomes, so ancient even the dust resting on them is priceless. Oh yeah, the guy did mention that there's an enemy coming up for whom dispelling everything grants an achievement. And that's just an area that's going to remove corruption, because the game correctly assumes that we probably an undead dissected with great skill and care. Beast area? Alderpash, who are you? The room you're in looks more like a palace than a prison. Every part of it is impeccably clean, despite the fact the cell's inhabitants been dead for millennia. The words coming out of the dead man's mouth catch you off guard. Why, hello there, my dear. I've been waiting and waiting, wondering what my guest was up to and why she hadn't shown up yet. Don't be shy, have a seat, eat to your heart's content. When you're someone important, you don't talk business standing up, now do you? And we do indeed have business to discuss. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Alderpash, Rune Lord of Wraith, a destroyer, conqueror, and great tyrant of Bakrakon. Doesn't ring bells? I understand. Many millennia have passed, and all that I've spent in this prison as Baphomet's captive. It's been a while since I've strolled along Galarin. My heart was still beating back then. It wasn't until later I became a lich. I wasn't fond of the idea of dying a prisoner here, you see. Well, that's beside the point. Guards tipped me off you barged in this prison, and I thought fate might bring you to my doorstep. I've been expecting you since. A marvelous find. I've been long looking for a sufficiently old, sentient undead specimen to test my theory about the onset of postmortem seniality. Mr. Mummy, we've been going to run a few cognitive tests. I will say a word. The rest of Nenio's monologue is drowned out by his creaking laughter. Trust me, young lady, I'm in no danger of going senile, but I like you. You remind me of an acquaintance of mine. It's been such a long time. She was good both with work and, well, no, this is no time for reminisce, and even less so for experiments. Rumors have been going about that you... going about into the abyss for a while now. Rumors fly free, you see. Can't snare them, can't cage them. Even down here in the deepest dungeons, a tale flies by now and again. About the time you took Dresden from the demons, a time a goddess and demon came to coax you to their side. I've long wanted to wait to see for yourself. Take your measure. Let me guess, if you're playing a lich, this guy has a lot more to say, or perhaps the opposite. He doesn't have more to say, but you have a lot to ask him. You feel the dead eyes, the gate is on you. Ah, you're a rare bird, straight from paradise I see. Mortal flesh touched by the spirit of higher realms, angelkin. A wonder, plain and simple. I've only seen one or two of your kind in my whole life. Who else, if not you, would be the one to crush abyssal armies? Tell me about this ineluctable prison. Well, what are you interested in, my dear? I know a fair bit. My guards, you see, some of them like coin, some are just afraid of me, so they tell me everything and I listen to their confessions each and every day. That's why I know all about the secret paths to this maze, and a thing or two about the inmates. How do I find my way through this labyrinth? Well, who do you think demonic pathways are for? Haven't you seen arcane symbols all over the place? Those fiendish scribbles are the portals you need. They tie the cells together, and the demons hop right through them. If there's a place you need of any importance, it'll have a magic symbol. I'm looking for Iomede's herald. He's being held here. Rolls his unnerving eyes. That noisy fellow. Honestly, all the screaming. I know they're torturing him, but still, I wish I could take his melodious throat and weld it shut with the white-hot lead so he'd stop bothering everyone else. But no, can't get to him. They're holding him in the most secure torture room of all, and the warden always keeps the coveted key close by, so I have to kill the warden to get it. Who in this prison can help me fight Baphomet? Oh my dear, this dungeon is full of people who wish Baphomet ill. He laughs, baring his strong yellowish teeth. Ill. There's a catch, though. Most are dead as mutton. Not like me, I mean properly dead. Their bones are dust and nothing but a ghost left. They're not going anywhere, and that's the magic of the ineluctable prison for you. They sit here, all locked up and cry. Oh, how they cry. And when the angel was brought in to be tortured, they all found themselves a cranny to hide in. Take a peek between the stones. You might see someone who can tell you something useful. Tell me about the history of this place. This was Baphomet's favorite toy, but no matter how much he brags about it, it's not of his making. Back when Baphomet was just still a lusty young goat, he was itching to impress his mother and lover Lamashtu, who, strangely a common thing with Lamashtu. He thought stealing the Prince of Darkness's most treasured scepter was a fantastic idea. Like any other foolish endeavor, it ended in tears. Asmodeus caught the thief by the horns, gave him a good spanking, burned his cattle brand on Baphomet's forehead, and threw him into the ivory labyrinth to rot in darkness and utter rancor. That's where the Prince of Darkness made his blunder. As my subjects knew well, before imprisoning a thief, one should cut off both their hands, for that's the only way to wean them off this awful habit. Baphomet called his esteemed mother, but Lamashtu refused to save such an embarrassment, and our little goat was left alone. I don't know what he did to get the demon lord Oreshka's attention, but she took a sudden interest in his troubles and gave him a clue how to escape. Don't go thinking she's some paragon of mercy, however. She's still a demon, and her gift was poisoned. In his attempts to make sense of her words, our goat drove himself quite insane, which undoubtedly brought his benefactor a great deal of entertainment. Yet he managed to solve her riddle, and once he did, he stole the ivory labyrinth and brought it to the abyss. He couldn't leave, you know, such is Asmodeus' will, but technically, he never left. He's still in the maze. A true rascal. The labyrinth became the heart of the realm that he formed in the abyss after his escape. He must have been feeling nostalgic about the good old days. How else can you explain how he turned the seal burned on his brow into a second personal symbol? The little hornhead must miss being tortured, Prince of Darkness's rack. How'd you end up in here? I was betrayed, my dear. Sortion, the Rune Lord of Lust, was nothing compared to me. And yet she wanted to take my place as the leader, and found the source of truly legendary magical powers. Naturally, I was furious and thought I'd do away with the upstart. Yeah, so he's the Wrath one. So there's rune lords of this deadly sins, like the thing mentioned. To make even the odds, I made a deal with Baphomet. I borrowed a part of his might and promised to give him Sortion when I was done playing with her. Oh, she was a wild one. But the Lord of Beasts came to me and demanded payment while I was putting my cunning plan into motion. It goes without saying Baphomet was more interested in me than instead of some Sortion. So under the pretext of me breaking the terms of our contract, he seized me. A show of treachery on his part. Yes, but what can you expect from a demon? Rune Lord of Lust, you say? I'm sure I've known at least 3 ladies of certain morals who use that particular moniker. Don't you lot have some by chance Rune Lord of Veracity or Bibulicious or Raucous revels that keep the whole street awake until the wee hours of the morning? The small minds of your generation cannot grasp the higher mythical meaning of sin. Unsurprising, then, our teachings would have degenerated your primitive system of magical schools. You're asking if we have a magic of veracity or gluttony, to be precise. Of course we did. You call it necromancy, insatiable hunger, the lust for life force, both your own and another's, the manipulation of corporal energy. Come to think of it, my words are wasted on you, lover of revels. Yeah, even revelry would fall under... It would fall under greed and gluttony, yeah. It wouldn't work for sadness, and sadness is kind of supposed to be apathy to the point you can't appreciate anything, even the things you'd normally like. But that one is arguably redundant with Sloth, which might be a reason why it isn't as popular these days. And if we go really far back, we can start going even other various interpreted deadly sins, but I should probably keep it simple. Not all prisoners are allowed this kind of luxury. Don't be fooled, this is just Baphomet's idea of a joke. The weasel wants to remind me every day of how much I lost when he captured me. He went to the trouble of making my cell look like my bedchambers in Baccarat. My dear, sometimes I take one look at it and just... He stops mid-sentence, clenching his fists, and you notice signs of repeated, rigorous restoration all around. It looks like he's had a number of fits of temper over the centuries. Failed. Oh, come on! Are you kidding me? Garishly rich and somewhat tasteless interior, the notion of luxury hasn't changed much over the years of confinement. I don't want to have to reload a save just for that stupid world check. If I had known this is coming out of save beforehand. Unless... Oh. Looks like I did save right before coming here, huh? I guess I was expecting a boss fight or something. Now watch as it's actually an hour back or something stupid like that. Because I have made mistakes like that in the past. I want to know more about you. By all means, I see no reason not to tell you. I've got some impressive stories to share. I was a great tyrant in life. The good folk were scared witless of me, and in death, as you can see, my power is nothing to sniff at. I continue my explorations on magic, the kind your generation knows nothing about. Go ahead, my dear, ask away. We have a common enemy in Baphomet. Indeed, alas, I haven't had the pleasure of wounding him by my own hand, although I dearly love to spill his guts. Yes, I've heard about your feat. Ever since he was rushed back to his abyssal realm and locked himself in his citadel, everyone's been going on and on about you, my dear. What kind of mortal is this that managed to injure our mighty lord? He lowers his voice. He won't soon forget you. He may be ancient, but he's still a child at heart. He's been the same since he was created. All he cares about are grudges. Asmodeus wounded him, Lamashtu left him, Discari doesn't seem his equal, Nauticula refused to bet him. He's a walking collection of scars, and wounds are his essence, so take heed. Tell me of your great accomplishments. They don't teach you youngsters anything these days, so listen well. 10,000 years ago, there was a great empire of Thassalon, and no nation of today could hold a candle to its glory. It was led by Emperor Zin, in accordance with the 7 virtues of rule. His reign was long, but ended in tragedy. He was disposed of by the 7 stewards who split Thassilon between him. They twisted the virtues of rule for the sake of their ever-growing power and created the magic of the 7 vices. By the way, those spell of yours, those silly schools, they are based on our concepts, except we've lost track of their substance, the power itself over centuries. The 7 great mages you call themselves Rune Lords, the first of whom was me. Yeah, Rune Lord of Wrath. I'm not gonna list all my deeds, that would be boastful, but let's just say I've spilled enough blood to fill the rivers of Galaran, and enough tears for my actions could fill the same thrice over. Yes, my reign was grand and glorious, and they would tremble to mention my name for centuries to come. You don't look like a villain to me. Why? Because I'm not one. They just call me that. And for what? Was putting 7,000 slaves on stakes to the rebellion an act of villainy? I had the well-being of others in mind. I gave them a warning so they wouldn't die a horrible death. As for plundering neighboring kingdoms, beheading my servants, well, there's no evil in that and all. That's the daily life of any ruler. I'm prone to fits of temper, yes, but there's only one good answer. If someone fails me, I smite them without mercy, it's true. But the lack of restraint is a part of my power and my talent. That's just how we Rune Lords of Wrath are. I remember 1,000 years or so after I was first thrown in here, a woman by the name Blazid came to visit. She was a fierce one, ripped my skull off, and took it as a trophy. Then she went to Baccarat, found the one who was a Rune Lord of Wrath at the time, the 3rd one after me, executed his wife and 7 children, made the ruler himself into an undead. She kept whispering into my skull, asking for advice. She really took a shine to me. She was something, that one. The last Rune Lord of Wrath in history, mind you. So I'm not angry with her about the skull. Why would I be? I was reborn from my Flakieri anyways, good as new. I'd like to learn more about your magic research. Oh, my dear, I've been keeping busy with all sorts of things over the centuries. I bet you youngsters haven't even heard a whisper about the magic of sin. When Baphomet locked me in here, he wrapped me up in his spells good and tight. The enchantment was so powerful it bound my soul to this very cell. Things I've attempted to circumvent in his handiwork, conjuring golems spread power beyond the walls of this prison, moving my consciousness in other bodies, so many minds obliterated in one particular effort, and all for naught. When I grew desperate, I whipped up some fanciful undead, just to vex Baphomet and lay waste to the jail. Must have slaughtered half the labyrinth, then stopped. It's too much of a hassle. I'm just bragging at this point. For you to understand my discoveries, you have to study as my apprentice for an age or two. You know the kind of education mages used to get? Far beyond anything they teach these days. I get the sense he'd say that regardless whether or not it's actually true. Needless to say, I've hidden my most valuable creations and treasures far from this place, so Baphomet can't get his hands on them. The guards assigned to me were kind as to accept a modest bribe and carry them out of the prison to stow somewhere safe. His Flachiary, however, was not one of them. Your knowledge tells you Alderbash could not have removed his greatest treasure from the prison, as it contains his very soul. Baphomet's magic would make no distinction between the Flachiary and the Lich's physical body. Where do you keep Flachiary? What a curious question. Why do you need this knowledge, my dear? Methinks you shouldn't be troubling the clever young head of yours with secrets. Let's say you find where it is, then what? You destroy it, but why would you? We're not enemies, we're allies. Besides, you couldn't find it if you tried. I'm no buffoon. The Flachiary is hidden in a safe place far from here. How the hell do I fail that? Hold on. That is a 44 difficulty, and I got a 43. Are you effing kidding me? Regardless, it means it can't. We already know the most important part of that. Failed. Oh, come on. I don't want to keep resetting like this. I don't even need the experience. This is just for the, but it also takes an annoying time to just reload everything. What sort of business do you have? Here's the thing. I've grown weary of sitting here, and I can't escape. I've tried so many things. Every trick in the book. Baphomet's placed enchantments on me that hold me in the cell, and utterly refuse to let me walk out the door. The anti-magic spells have never been my forte. I've always believed incineration to be the best defense against enemy sorcery, and here I am, languishing in here. Would you kindly help me escape? I'd make it worthwhile. What kind of payment do I give for helping you? I have something that could prove useful. Back when I lived, I was interested in a certain plane called Jondale, a remarkable place, a chimera, graveyard for dead planets. Getting there is tricky, but I managed to capture one of the guardians, wore them down in torture chamber, rigging some of their knowledge for the perished. This is... He traces an unfinished rune on the table. This is part of the rune that offers protection from chaos, a substantial asset in the war against demons, don't you think? Help me regain my freedom, and I'll teach you or your servants how to inscribe this rune. What'll you do if you get out of here? First, I'll get my kingdom back, enslave the populace, conquer my neighbors, maybe commit some mass genocide against some particularly unruly nation, build myself an army by taking children from their mothers. Orphans make for loyal troops, you know. He's so clever. He knows the orphans are the ones who will rise up to become heroes that will take the kingdom from him, so instead he makes them work for him. That bastard. I'll clap everyone else in irons and make them work without a moment's rest till my coffers are overflowing. Those who are useless in both war and work will be cut down in mass sacrifices. Basically, I'll make myself comfortable and lead a quiet existence without bothering anyone. Yeah, no. Huh. Young people are so quick to judge, and here I was swearing the misdeeds I'll commit. So close to swearing that the misdeeds I'll commit while free won't affect you. Think about this more clear. No rash decisions now. It's time to release your friend. Yeah, well, we're gonna have to... Well, first of all, the fact this guy's a lich is bad enough. But another one is... he also plans to be straight up evil. But he doesn't... But we... At the same time, this will free him in a way. In an instant, his pleasant facade evaporates. Who'd raise her hand? Alderpash, Rune of Wrath? I'll teach you some manners, ruffian. The pendant on his clothing flares up and blazing runes come slithering out. They envelop him. Let's prepare for the fight while you're having fun with my lackeys. Alright, surely you weren't expecting to catch me off guard, my dear. Now let's see how you like surprises. Oh. Okay, those aren't too tough. Well, like everything undead, they're going to be weak to,
This thing refuses to cooperate.
I will resist.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Yeah, let's get everyone hasted. Luckily, everyone has the delay poison, so I don't have to worry about the stupid ghoul poison. Undead are such a pain in the ass. Three enemies killed. Oh my. Heal on an undead.
Prepare yourself.
Did I dispel anything? No. How lovely. That's not gonna be a pain in the ass. Oh, lovely. The Ashen Lady decided now's a good time to come. Does she come after a fixed amount of time or something?
The light, take you!
Desna, guide my hand.
Oh, hey, she actually freaking died now. Wait, Nenyo, do you have, remove... There's an achievement if I can remove all of his buffs, so...
Into the fray!
I don't think Nenyo even has Dispel Magic. Can I use Illusion for it, though? No, I cannot. I can, however, summon things to give him a much more annoying time. Oh, I dispelled Icy Prison. Giant frogs.
Nice try. Didn't work though. Nice try.
Target must not be undead unless it has the ability to overcome resiliences. I'm getting good roll. Holy crap, I straight up can't dispel anything.
This condition is irrational. I dedicate.
Inspiring recovery. Wow, that did absolutely nothing. Yeah, there's an achievement for dispelling everything, but I guess I might not have that power at all. What level is it again? It can't be higher than level 6 because that's what Inquisitor caps at. The good news is I only have to do it once. After that, I don't have to worry about it. Does Nenio have it here? No, she does not. Interesting. Darren doesn't have it. I bet Social had it. I probably should have brought Social, but then again, that would mean I wouldn't have Darren here, and that would be very disappointing. You notice that, contrary to what he just said, not all the interiors of the cell belongs to the era of the rulers of Thasian. Far from it. Many items in here came into use at a much later period in history. Mostly ones that are tied to arcane arts. I'm not gonna try the food on the table because that's going to... Oh, succeeded in the check. His harmless chuckle could have fooled many, but he knows his hand twitching as soon as you mention it. He can clearly tell it's somewhere within his chambers, despite his attempts to hide this fact. His concern's understandable, after all. If you destroy it, he loses immortality. Black could be absolutely anything of the furnishing the trinkets around here. Like, your house might cost you dearly. Do yourself a favor and drive those dangerous thoughts away. Probably save now that I've gotten through all... And now I can attack him. The good news is, since all of the Dispel magic seems to use the same check, if I get one of them, I'll hit all of them.
I will defend my dream.
Probably shouldn't be having a Ruchelet with a weapon that damages herself, but it's a very useful weapon.
The light take you!
It was. Oh, I just spilled a lot of them now.
Desna, guide my hand!
Divine Fall.
This condition is irrational.
I failed to spell everything. Come on, man.
Make your peace.
Na, ea, orma!
Come on. Why am I getting the shittiest rolls? Holy shit. I'm lowering the difficulty only because if I do this any other way, it's going to take ages. Because I will normally just reload. You know, I normally just reload until it happens, but that's not always going to happen. Oh, the DC check is the same no matter what. That's a little annoying. Oh, he really hates Nenio. Son of a... I've been able to get rid of a lot, but let's see here. How many are there here? He has 23 buffs. Yikes, that's a lot.
Do not fear. Do not waver. Amranda grato.
I will resist.
Let's have some fun.
Mythic.
Out of my sight.
Prepare yourself.
Wow. This is frustrating as hell. I was hoping it would be weak and would also lower the DR, but holy crap. Genuine question, how am I failing so badly at this? Does anything in the Angel spellbook help? No, Dispel is not in here. A shadow.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Yeah, what am I saying? I know why. It's because I'm doing this on an Inquisitor, which is a partial caster. So, my tries are, yeah. So basically, I need a 15 or higher 4 times in a row to dispel this. That is a massive pain in the ass, and I don't think that's possible. I'll give it a few tries, but I'm impressed at how little the chance of doing this actually is. Interestingly, the guide says the DC check is 31, but this is 35. 31 would be way easier because then I only need an 11 or up. and then it would work. Dishes are exquisite, unexpected sensation.
I refuse to accept their statement.
Killing him I honestly don't think is actually going to be that difficult. The issue is in the fact that I only have one person with Dispel Magic, but he has 23 spells to remove, and apparently it can only remove a max of 5 for some weird reason. Spell Magic Greater. Functions except effects starting with the lowest level, and preceding spells the lower caster level. How is it available to Seela? Oh, she has the base one, which is not going to be enough. Ugh. Yeah, my base is 25. Hers is only 18, which is even worse. And that can only strip one at a time.
Out of my sight!
Oh, no, stop.
I will.
There's no way to make her stop when she starts moving.
I will see to your demise.
Prepare yourself.
Excellent. Ranger's mod. I don't know why I haven't been using that sooner. It's kind of nice. Wait, I was saying something that could help me. Alright, these stupid Ashen lady. Screw you, lady. Wow, that was actually alright, because I lowered the difficulty. Yeah, I don't mind wasting a few turns if I can maximize my chances of ruining. Oh, come the hell on! Oh, come on. Ugh. I was hoping great heroism and the Rangers bond would help, but evidently not. Actually, weirdly, not even the touch of good did anything to help, which genuinely surprises me. I would have thought that would have done something to help. Yeah, Dispel Magic's not one of these. He's immune, why am I not surprised? Ah, what a waste. Come on, are you serious? Yeah, unless I get basically several perfect 20s in a row, I don't think I can do this. Very unfortunate. Alternatively, I guess I could leave and come back with Sociel, who's probably going to be a lot better. You know what? I can do a number of things. Yeah, at the end of the day, I need Sociel. Oh. Alright, I just have to go to the right. Alright. I know what I need to do to get this. Technically speaking, I don't actually have to beat him in the same mission. I cleanse them all. Wait, what the hell? This wasn't here before. What the hell's going on? I just loaded in and it instantly forced me into a battle. No, load this stupid game. No, not this one, this one. What the hell happened? I was not under attack when I entered here. But why is the autosave forcing me in there? Does the autosave force a day to pass? Because that would actually make sense. Oh, come the hell on. I don't want this stupid fight. I wouldn't have put the army there if I knew this was gonna happen, damn it. Now I just have to waste even more time. bandits. Bandits don't get a turn. Good. Let's get rid of the succubi, just they don't get anything either. Get rid of these guys, finally. The worst part is I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to do this again when I leave, because apparently they just love generating all this. Yeah, this save file is just gonna be temporary for the purposes of that. Which also means I can just not go back to Dresden. Spell magic greater. I can convert these all to heals, so. Yeah, it's really taking a while to load now.
The world has suffered enough.
Stagioni Savitur. Stagioni Savitur. Stagioni Savitur. Stagioni Savitur. Stagioni Savitur.
You are my favorite aide.
The master gone asking what's all inarticulate doing. There's a reason why we're at war with her now. Was it heaven? Maybe was that angel prisoner that
No time for debates.
Oh, that's an area I didn't go to before. Oh dear. Never mind, I'll just go back to it next time.
It's either us or them. Killing is what I was made for. Danger ahead!
Glory without
A success worthy of praise.
My will is resolute.
Now, I'm pretty sure the hazards are weakened as well by the... Yeah, they are. Significantly. Alright. Right, I have to rest to restore that. I've been so distracted, I can't even remember when I last ate. Oh, who cares? If I don't remember, it probably doesn't matter. If you can't remember it, doesn't matter. Then I'm someone important in the...
The goddess protects us. Search for the beauty with your heart, not your eyes.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well.
Ona Adayana.
Ona Ariana! Magritium Turino!
Ona Adayana.
Let me help.
Stagioni Savitur! Stagioni Savitur! Ona Adayana! Stagioni Savitur! Stagioni Savitur! Stagioni Savitur! Ona Adayana!
Lissado Danium!
Bone shatter. Oh, come on, Social. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, he does have the 31. But damn, look how close he was to getting that. That's so frustrating. Interesting, the support's not coming in. Dispelled a few more things. He really hates Nenyo, sheesh. Oh, come on, really? Why is Isol succeeding but the Social failing? Social has a much better check for this. Well, no complaints. Oh yeah, Masterful Dispelled. There we go. Dispel every single buff from a Soon Rune Lord that you encounter.
Into the fray!
Prepare yourself.
Alright, here's the proper one here. I'm sure Social also has some clever things to say to some of the enemies here. But yeah, now I can actually kill him for realsies. Why did I do that when I don't plan to 100% the game? I have no idea, but I thought it would be funny. Now I only have to kill him, because I've learned the detector to learn where he's hiding his Blackieri. It's gotta be somewhere. It could not have left the labyrinth. He's only telling people it did.
I will resist.
already moved a bit, so I can't do a full. I can do something else.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Ona Adayana.
Maybe our Rangers bond, that should be a big help.
The light. Take you.
Oh, come on.
Desna, guide my hand!
I imagine he's much easier with his buffs dispelled, but as we've seen, that's not exactly reliable.
Laborare sete.
Make your peace.
Communal true scene. I think that's worth it just for the new dicey prison paralysis. Yeah, once he's really squishy after he's got his stuff lost.
I will resist!
Right, I forgot to mark Quarry. Huh, I actually have a reasonable chance of hitting him. Darn, he has just a bit too much HP for power word kill. It seems the liquid metal is what he chose as the vessel for his soul. Alright, destroy it. His immortality's gone. Yeah, I don't see how, for what reason I should have helped him. He's just a problem. And no guarantees of, oh, I'll leave you alone is going to work. Alright, well, that's the achievement down. Alrighty. Alright, I forgot to loot Ashen Lady's corpse. I'm not sure whether there's a big ass hole in there. I'm assuming it's for science, but... Alright, let's see. Take a look at some of this good stuff. Howling Doom, a bastard sword. Yeah, anything that's exotic, you need someone who focuses on that or it's no good. Crossbow, composite longbow, earthbreaker, scimitar, short sword, Void's Kiss. Of the wielder, enemy, it makes a will faster to be able to cast turns. Flesh Terror, spiked shield grants the wearer an insight to attack and damage rolls against living enemies. That might not be bad for Sela. It reduces our defenses though, in exchange for more attack. Morale bonus. Whoever wielder of the shield's critically hit, the joyful is activated. Honestly, I might want to keep Shield of the Incorruptible Heart because that bonus is really worth it, I think. And this is officially the prison, so I'll save this one. But yeah, I should really bring Social a lot more. He is really good. I guess theoretically I could have just let Darren be sacrificed. And I guess theoretically I could even still do that, but I don't know.
You are my favorite aide.
You know what, everyone... Wow, everyone is, You know, I think we should best have everyone rest here because everyone's just exhausted and it's mildly frustrating. If Abracondalus hate all that is beautiful, how do they fight on the same side as succubi? Oh, that's Nenu asking. Succubi are the only beautiful on the outside. Inside, they are nothing but hunger and ugliness. Maybe the Abracondalus can sense it. Oh, that's actually quite interesting. Pages of the book are hopelessly ruined, no longer possible to read. However, the soothing aura persists despite Baphomet's minions' best efforts. Let's see here. Focus on trickery. Traces of armor plus something, I suppose. Though I'm more shocked we have two of these. Simultaneously grants them additional spells. Additional lightning spells might not be a bad option. The corruption recedes in the face of the relic's sanctified power. This isn't Alderpash's Flakieri. Hold on, I think I'm gonna grab a new drink since I'm thirsty and the current ones ran out, so be right back. Okay, I'm back. You know, I just realized when we realized the Black Area had to be very close because Baphomet wouldn't allow him to leave that due to how his bell works. I'm not sure why our character said aloud, where would my thing be if I was in a Flagiary? Genuinely, I don't know why that would be said out loud when... because that clearly tells him, okay, you're looking for my flag, Gary, what the hell? Well, it seems like something more you should be doing in your head.
Are we ready to move out? I agree.
This is gonna be the biggest pain in the ass. Yeah, once again, this part's gonna be easier because we can just follow the boulder. Yeah, I can't forget that haste also has utility use, just zipping, zooming around. Oh right, I forgot the other one in this hall. I forgot about this little hall, the previous area. I already cleared that puzzle, right? I did. I do need to open that door. But first, let's go to this other area, since as we saw before, there's nothing there that's interesting. The game's on normal difficulty, right? Yes, it is. We're in good shape. I heard the master got a nasty wound. I bet that's all Nocticula's doing. There's a reason why we're at war with her now. Or was it heaven? Maybe it was that angel prisoner who struck our lord. I kill you now.
Prepare yourself.
Here he goes. Not much damage there, at least. The cell bars are not made from metal stone, but durable bone that seems to grow out of the floor and walls. It's as though you're seeing what you're seeing is the skeleton of a prison with other nightmares growing into it.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
The prisoners were slaughtered quickly and carelessly, with guards who were clearly in a hurry. Perception check succeeded. Under the trickles of blood, you notice scratches that make up the following message. My star has 5 rays, 6 is eye. I bring light into your heart. Vicious blood. Over here. I'm sure I'm gonna regret this, but...
Let's have some fun.
Is there more?
I tried to give you freedom. Ah, stupid mortal. Ah, stupid mortal, let's kill him. They'll make us guards for it.
Desna, guide my hand.
Oh, ball.
Make your peace. I sense something.
Aha, we got him. That's a new armor. What's that? Full plate +2. All that for just a full plate +2? Studded leather +4. Wow, there is nothing particularly great in here. Let's play +7. That's taken up a lot of weight, but it seems we can handle it at least. But wow, you're completely useless. How useless. Awaken the magic circle. Who has our best magic device? I think it's Nenyo. Yeah. Let's just make sure Touch of Good ensures that she succeeds.
Went splendidly.
I genuinely don't know. Well, given you can only retry these with your party, regardless of who tries it, after either leveling up. What happens if you fail? Do you just are you not able to complete the area because even the ones to just progress are specifically because even ones just to progress are specifically skill checks. Oh, hey, Infinity. I am stuck in Baphomet's maze right now. So, thankfully, I've got a guide, because you never go into a maze without making sure you have a map. A little cheesy, but to be fair, I'd really rather not spend ages in here. Alright.
You require my unbiased opinion?
I probably shouldn't have, I didn't get back here. I should have realized that it'll be over here. Knowledge Arcana. Make sure. Oh, no.
Success worthy of praise.
A success worthy of praise. Another Bard's Black Arrow. A Midnight Bolt.
I will defend my dream.
Sword of Heaven.
I will resist.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Two down. remove as many enemies we can. The less damage output coming out, the better. Here we are. Oh, good, he got frozen. Oh, that's gonna make life so much easier now. He has to win a strength check to get through each time, so...
Desna, guide my hand.
Baphomet's unholy symbols cover the blood of the innocent who are sacrificed before it. Grimoire of the Beast excerpts. So you wish to be granted the blessing. Wish the night. Prepare a hollow skull. Sacrificial drink. Blah 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 blah. No maze will mislead you when your mind becomes stronger against confusion and madness. Angel's heart. The heart torn from the hand of the inheritor. The heavenly warrior served Diomede. It's still beating, bleeding, covered in 1,000 wounds. Here we go.
Ugh, the waiting's never fun.
Oh, there's some stuff in the corner. Baphomet the Uncaged. I see.
Anything new?
Alright, this time I'm pretty sure I did in fact collect everything from the area, so I don't need to brave those stupid things again. Wait, there were some things in this wall, weren't they? Hold on, let me check the puzzles here. I guess they were trying to sacrifice the heart, but it was a bit more resilient than expected. Check the puzzle. Midnight Bolt's probably the most important thing in here on top, aside from the heart, of course. Alright, we might have... Do we have the Dawn's Kiss now? Alright, we don't have the Dawn's Kiss yet, though. Alright, here's the next one. Alright, what's the puzzle solution guide here? Oops, I messed it up. You'd think having a guide in front of me would make that a lot easier, but evidently not.
Make your peace. I will resist.
Alright, now let's do it right this time. Yeah, those are correct. Where are these effing chambers?
I will refuse to accept their statement.
That was easy.
Prepare yourself.
Oh no, not a swarm, damn it. Bane on this. So many of these stupid things.
Desna, guide my hand.
Leave a bruise. I'm all right.
Breath of life.
Make your peace.
me already.
Alright, we're gonna have to put the electricity up here then. Shocking.
Rules are made to be broken.
Death Warden.
I finished here. Is there more?
Oh, there's a lot more of these.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Come on, you.
I finished here. Is there more?
This corpse looks like it was exploded from the inside. The entrails have been eaten away and the flesh is covered in oily mucus.
I finished here. Is there more?
He scattered damn everywhere. Bait for thieves like us. We found one right after we got out of the rat tunnel. We were fools. Come on.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
They'll make us guards. Ranger.
I will resist.
They'll make us guards. Guess they would rather be running the asylum.
I finished here. Is there more?
Oh no, not more stupid boulders. Let's go this way first. One could mistake in the more of a stuffed effigy, if not for the eyes, alive, full of pain. Svendek focused on the prisoners, groaning in unbearable pain as they were eaten alive by the swarm of horrible creatures. My babies! Why, the brood of our Lord himself, you grew up so fast. Look here, look what your tasty meal your mommy's prepared for you. The vile scum of Galaran that's insulted our master. Maybe as a reward for their death, the great Baphomet will even give your mommy his loyal bitch Arielu so I can take her place. And then, my sweet children will ascend and rule. As you can see, fate's been kind to me. And I've had these little darlings. They're healthy and hungry, and I'm glad you've arrived just in time for the meal. The sight of healthy and responsible parenthood is positively charming. Back when I used to live in the Abyss, I didn't know anything about the connection between children and their parents. I still don't understand it completely, but I've seen how important it is to mortals. Don't demons have anything of their own making? Only hideous parodies of all that's good and bad of immortal life? Why are you holding the hand of the inheritor? Where are you holding him? Oh, that little bird got into got to sit in the sturdiest cage, but you still haven't found it, have you? And you never will. But I'd gladly show you your own prison. I'm looking for a blade called Dawnflower Kiss. Oh, don't even think about it. All those treasures now belong to me as the sole inheritor of the mistress. Even that useless scrap of metal. Yeah, it looks like there's still a lot of things here I need to deal with, so I'm not worried about it. Nice, a trickster, huh? Wonder what the trickster does here. Mostly I was trying to see if I missed the Dawnflower Kiss somewhere, but no, this is far from the last boss of the area. There's no point. Hi, babies. Here comes the second chorus. The Lord creatures interrupt their bloody feast to focus their attention. Their soft flesh is bound in moist, shining carapaces, and their fat bodies rest on articulate legs. The eyeless, fearsome-looking jaws, the snapping which draw.
They will break against our resolve.
Kill everything.
Prepare yourself.
Into the fray!
How much HP do these things actually have? Too much, but I guess I can... Immune to the power word kill, are you kidding me? You realize how many times I need to revive someone.
Desna, guide my hand.
The inheritor, guide my
Why is my damage so low?
Patrizio Turinos!
Son of a...
Make your peace.
no glory without
Wow, we're doing no damage to everything. Are they infinitely spawning? Because they might actually be infinitely spawning. Oh, come the hell on. How can I not hit a damn hit thing?
Patrizio Turinos!
I will resist.
into the fray!
Yeah, she's pretty much clearly infinitely spawning them, which means there's absolutely no point in attacking anything else. There we go.
Patrizio Turinos!
Prepare yourself.
Yeah,
The inheritor, guide my
Greater restoration.
Turinos! Magritium Turinos! Magritio Turinos! Magritium Turinos!
So much stat damage. Screw all of you.
We will win this war.
Moral before you've been turned to a doll is looking desperation. There's but one plea, to be granted peace. One could have mistaken this for... That's it, that's Dawnflower's kiss. What's this? Letter from the Warden's chambers. Master, I humbly ask you double the number of guards under my command. There's so many Captain Galarans and Nakatula's soldiers are being forced to put down the unsupervised surplus. I suggest you remove the guard from the secret passageway where you know whose ghost hides and reduce the number of sentries in the Groaning Gate. Either way, no enemy's capable of bursting through them. I'd also ask to abolish the need to keep watch over Alpa's cells. Any guard assigned his chambers gets immediately corrupted by bribes and promises, becomes a spy, and then is executed at once as a warning to the rest. Beyond that, I'd like to report the preposterous behavior of Priestess Spenda. She keeps taking my warriors perform her sacrifices and demanding my sorcerers restore the magical barrier around her some empty cage every cycle. About time someone put the range bitch in her place. Very powerful glaive. The Warden's Key. Excellent. Urushala has no way to fail this.
Here. Is there more?
Excellent. This is good stuff. Now we can finally turn this quest in. We might also have to rest a bit because half the Inheritor has been corrupted, I'd wager. So we're gonna have to fight him. Dawnflowers, this is sort of talking about. Vile monsters, the once blessed blade, what have they turned into? Will it me be the spark that will drive away the evil? It's tainted to destroy the spectre. Your death will complete the corruption. Hands offers. Atone for sin and perform the sword. With a sad smile, she speaks a surprisingly clear, pure voice. You're a true hero. May your bones not languish in this labyrinth and not join the myriad others. Huh. The last one I had was Rupturing Storm, which was from Dazarand or whatever his name was. First of all, let's copy this recipe to learn that. +5 deals holy damage. Edge whenever the wield is a crit, gives attack rolls 1 extra attack for an initial round. What's this? The Warden's Circlet. Mental perfection grants the wielder to summon 2 Labyrinth Destroyers to fight 2 minutes per day. Not bad, not bad. Oh yeah, let's put all this in order here just so I avoid missing it. Mithril Bless Plate. Grenadier's Half Plate. Grants immunity to bombs. Yeah, I think I'd rather keep the Welcome Respite on her. Celestial could probably use the other one, though. Alright, I'm gonna have to navigate that stupid place.
Oh, yes,
Ba,
right.
er, Mythic.
Oh, what the hell? Yeah, that's looking suspiciously like a boss arena there.
It's either us or them.
Take out the caster first.
Tick,
There we are. Money. There, the stupid obelisk is done. Did you find the heart? Yes, I did. Apparent. What am I doing? I can just do it this way. Yep, the angel's heart. It looks like they were trying to sacrifice it for whatever reason, but whatever. What matters is we were able to stop it.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
I'm gonna wait to awaken the magic circle here because I think I should probably rest up. I did get the Dawnflower's Kiss and upgrade that, by the way. My character doesn't really use melee, but I figured mine's probably the most reasonable option because, you know... Yeah, the deity of choice is just too fitting. I also took care of the Lich and got the achievement, although I had to make a separate file for that. Social is really good. Honestly, it might even be better than Darren. I just kind of like Darren's responses, but then again, Social also has some pretty witty comments here and there, too. But yeah, let's rest up because this is going to be a big boss fight, and we'd best be ready. And yes, I'm sticking a cursed peel off because, well, cooking helps. Although, I suppose I do have other recipes. Let's take a look at what other options we have. Rest for fatigue. Funny, the Lich path gets an upgrade of the weapon. The other paths don't. Makes sense. There's a ton of, corruption stuff options. And I'm also willing to guess the Lich guy has a lot more dialogue if you are a Lich yourself. Taco. Flagrant taco. Demon Slayer soup. This is all definitely bring for some of the later areas. I don't have enough crystallized demonic rage for that. Acorn pie. Screaming omelet. Cream soup with snout. Wait, DC increases the DC saving throw against spells you can. Okay, I was worried about. I was thinking, wait, it only protects you from ones you cast? No, it increases the ones the enemies have to make, which is quite nice. It was a pain in the ass to. It was definitely a pain in the ass to get rid of all freaking 23 buffs from that guy. I don't even know why. I don't plan to 100% this game. I just kind of felt like it. Cooking bonus to AC. Sela's favorite dish. Monster casserole to damage. Fast healing. Fatigue. Maybe I should go with this one. Blazing Parfait. Sela's favorite.
hedgehog has spikes to protect its soft underbelly. What about you? Come on. You can admit it. You lash out at anyone who gets too close because you're afraid of intimacy, right?
My carefully crafted facade lies in tatters. You have unmasked me. I am tormented by my comfortable, luxurious golden solitude. Incidentally, comparing me to a hedgehog was rather charming. From now on, you can call me that if you like.
This would make a bit more sense if we didn't finish Darren's quest, where now the party is now privy to his secret, now that he no longer has to keep it a secret. Yeah. Kingmaker had a lot of changes based on your alignment and what choices you made throughout the story, but this one's has way even more, given the directions the story can go. Right,
Ugh, the waiting's never
Angel, I believe that's fire and light, so... I don't think he has death effects, but there's way too many things that give negative levels in these areas that I kind of don't want to risk it. Right, the Passage of the Unbound, or whatever it's called. If I put this on, cast my Sword of Heaven, and then replace it with the Resistance Cloak, that should keep its full bonus, right? I remember doing that in old MMOs, and it was a pain in the ass there to do it too. But given this is probably going to be a very difficult fight, or at least it would if I wasn't buffing to hell and back.
Missed me already.
You are my favorite aide.
There we are. That costs diamond dust, but I think that's worth it. And let's get stone skin commune. Oh, I'm eating way too many diamond dusts here. Yeah, we'll just use this many. Wait, what am I doing? Law. Lawful good. This might be the one time we do need that. The immense statue's watching you impassively. Its horned head suddenly leans forward and gives you a sly wink. It's not too late to kneel before me. If you admit here and now that you have no master other than me, I'll grant you permission to take your own life, swift and painlessly. Shame it's come to this. I've enjoyed the answers you've given me, but on call fair, you should have humbly asked for my patronage instead of drawing your weapon. You lost your chance to become my servant, but fine, I will not kill you. Not that... Hey, you're not actually expecting me to kill myself, are you? Why not? I'm showing you mercy by allowing you to bleed out right now before my executioners. Here are the screams of your angel. Or rather, my angel. The last time I let the inheritor go. You're too late. Whatever is waiting for you in the depths of this labyrinth is no longer the angel they called the hand of the inheritor. Now it's a cloud of insanity and pain, tainted and deserving nothing but contempt. What will you do even if you save him? And yet, as a special favor, I'll allow you to take it from my prison if you can handle my executioners. They've never tortured such a fascinating victim before, so I doubt they'll be willing to part with it, but I won't obstruct you in any way. What riddle do you plan to ask me this time? Have you enjoyed my questions? I was not mistaken about you. Instead of a riddle, I'll share wisdom. Everyone knows that my deceit intrigue requires at least 3 layers of any decent intrigue requires at least 3 layers of lies. But only the wisest understand that a truly devious plot must also have at least 2 layers of truth. Think on this and farewell. I think he's probably referring to like how I mentioned that we were technically I managed to pitch some of the lies to Darren by telling the truth, but in a slightly incorrectly presented way. Indeed, sometimes the most infuriating lies are true lies. Whatever's down there, I doubt it's worse than Baphomet himself, or Discari for that matter. Here we go. Time to find the Hand of the Inheritor, and I'm pretty much gonna have to fight him along with the Executioners. Let's not even pretend that this isn't obviously where the story's going.
I will help where I can.
Here we are. Even his portrait's corrupted. Tall shadow shifts towards you slightly. You see a familiar form, the familiar golden armor, but so much has changed. A malevolent glow streams from the pierced breastplate and cracked helmet. But the change goes much deeper than that. All signs of life and emotion have been drained from him, the Hand of the Inheritor. His movements are sharp and precise, mechanical, gestures impersonal, hollow. Oh, as is his voice, Commander Isel, I have been waiting for you. The Lord of the Labyrinth has revealed his plan to me. The former herald of Iomade speaks in monotone, as if commanding on the weather. He used me to open portals to your lands. He said my soul reached out to you. I do not know why. Out of vengeance or as a plea for help. Or perhaps merely out of habit. Baphomet told me you would come for me, and that he would prevail either way, whether I destroy you or you destroy me. Former allies tearing each other to shreds can only benefit him. Well, if I can figure a way to save him, that would certainly put a real damper in his plans. Curious, most curious indeed. What's the black liquid oozing out of you? Blood? Unlikely. Hold down, don't move, I want to take a sample. She catches a drop of the slimy fluid sleeping from the holes in the armor. The tip sniffs it and licks clean. Not blood. Phlegm? Sap ectoplasm? Close to sap. Hypothesis, angels are of plant origin. Angel of Light, what's that monster done to you? She looks at the Hand of the Inheritor. I've seen those who have fallen low because of their own foolishness, because of others' temptations, my own, but you never even had a choice. You've not made a single mistake, and yet you've been corrupted by brute force. What's Baphomet done to you? He killed me without letting me die. The Echo of Discari gave him suggestions on how to sustain me, and how to use him further. Long before the world would open, the Demon Lord Discari knew of the weakness. Yeah. We need to kick that Echo's ass. So we've already kicked the ass of pretty much everyone Baphomet cares about. So we need to do the same for Discari. Only fair, we keep the kill counts even. Give suggestions on sustain me and use me further. We'll save you. I don't know how. We'll think of something. Just hold on. I know what it's like when you're not yourself anymore, but you can't die. This isn't the end. Fight this. Do you hear me? Fight it and everything will be alright. The Echo hates me, but this hatred is futile. Once he was sated with my suffering, a new hunger came over. Now he craves your torment. I can give you your heart back. Strange, I can feel it aching. You gain the trust not only by allegedly being the chosen one, but also by your actions. But it does not matter. I cannot give in to the pain. It's been determined that I will battle you, and that is what I will do. Everything's been leading to this. The inevitable hour has come.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
I don't think anything else here is remotely as threatening. But I suppose a good DPS strategy is make sure take out the ads. By and large, you mostly want to ensure that blasphemy destruction. Basically, just want to make sure the incoming damage is reduced as much as possible. Yeah, he's got some pretty impressive numbers. Yeah, let's get rid of these guys real quick. Bane. I definitely need to get rid of this guy because he wants to dispel something. There we are. Olbrig, take care of this guy as well. Yeah, I don't know why Baphomet was so confident in these executioners. They're honestly kind of chumps. Sela can take the pain. She must. She'd probably even say something like, "This pain is nothing. The Hand of the Inheritor has taken more of her by being here." And wow, I froze him. Overcomes the spell resistance. Reflex saving throw failed. Oh my! Oh, wow, that's not even a hard one to beat.
Into the fray. I'm done with you.
I'm glad I gave everyone protection from Alon. Wait. Oh, he's lawful evil. Yeah. I'm glad I gave everyone lawful protection then. Yeah, once again, I need to make good use of that. I'll do this. 80s. You are strong, but here in my realm, my power knows no bounds. I would only have to will your victory into nothingness, and it would be done. Yeah, sending his avatar, he knows he can't fight us directly, or else he risks actually dying. Minion, be filled with my power and kill the interloper, and I will let you take their heart as I took yours. So there's a phase 2. Oh, you bastard! You undid all my buffs. Alright, let's see. Yeah, debuff removed everything. Ooh, but he removed what he could, but he can't remove everything. Gonna have to get buffs on everyone again. Is Ranger's Bond still active? No. Well, we'll do it this way then. This should be helpful. Protection from fire. I don't think it matters since it looks like he's using holy damage. Oh, he's gunning for my main character. I guess that makes sense. Still, I do have a number of tools at my disposal that'll make this easier. Is that fear? Shaken. The former angel falls to one knee, but even now his movements are lifeless, apathetic. One who has no heart knows no pain. The end is near as expected. Yeah, these are obviously the last one obviously doesn't work for the character you're playing, but it is kind of neat that there's a lot less restrictions on alignment stuff here compared to Kingmaker. Although I guess in return, like, I can't choose the demon or swarm paths. Swarm path, Myth is obvious, there's nothing else I can really do, but demon, now that is interesting. No more, I'll bring it back to life. Join the hand of the inheritor with the heart. There's a wound. The gaping wound in his chest allows me to put it back in. You've done it! The heartbeat in your hand grows stronger as you bring it closer to his chest. Another beat, another. Miraculously, it rushes to the broken chest, blessed plate, and takes its rightful place in the chest of the hand of the inheritor. What is this? Why does it hurt so much? Why? He sounds shocked. What? I know why. My own betrayal is tearing at my heart. My champion, my true friend. Is it really you standing before me? Can it be you that has restored to life the one who's doubted you? Who, in your darkest hour. But why? I deserve no forgiveness. This, first I have no ill will towards you, friend. You've gained the heart and trust in champion, you surpassed me in every way. Me, the general of the angelic armies, and I doubted you. I thought you corrupted. No, even a ruler's dark magic cannot stain a soul as valorous as yours. I'll make haste for heaven. I must kneel before my lady and tell her how wrong I was, scheming from the abyss and calling you unworthy. Under different circumstances, I would not dare to arrive in the upper planes with this burden of guilt, but your faith in me unfolds my wings once more, until we meet again, and I know we will. Light fills your vision. The sound of the room falls into silence and your surroundings disappear. You see a temple in Dresden. This is where the goddess descended from the stained glass window to speak with you. This place, it calls to you. Received assertion of dominance. This heavy shield, immunity to slashing and pierce damage as long as the wielder is at full health. It's a really good one, but I also really like the one, Shield of Incorruptible Heart. Immunity to... it's... yeah. 2 morale bonus on slaving throws against evil, which everything we're fighting is, let's be real here. Whenever the wielder of the shield is hit critically, a joyful rapture is activated. A decent bonus. So yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with the Incorruptible Heart for now. Let's see, is there anything else I need? Yeah, there's something else, gotta be something else I missed in here. So thankfully I can keep going. I don't have to leave quite yet. Alright, there was an outdoor area I kind of missed. Please tell me the hazards have all been disabled. I think they actually have been disabled. Well, that's wonderful. That means I can go to... because I forgot to explore the outer areas over here. Hold on, let me check the map here. Make the leap here. Hey, it's Esbamira. Well, he did say that his Esbamira was stuck in here. Esbamira, Baphomet's daughter, and now disembodied ghost, lets out a half moan, half growl. Her skull is crushed, her wound exposing, gleamed by bone, and one eye dangles precariously in the socket. Her broken wheeze escapes her. He stopped screaming. That's a relief. He's finally shut his mouth. She upon noticing you stay attacked. Father sent you to torture me. Why? Why would you do that? Serve them well. What are you doing here? Hiding. They say that being the daughter of Baphomet's a great gift, but like all father's gifts, it's poisoned. The poison is known as mortality. I'm a Nephilim, and unlike demons, I must share the fate of the most worthless minions of the Lord of Beasts. Upon death, the souls of all his slaves are bound here, and I will remain here forevermore. You don't look quite as proud or self-assured as before. All those pathetic wretches, the executioners and jailers that used to grovel before, begging for my favor, now they're getting even. They hound me and torment me. I'm hiding to avoid them. A little while ago, they began torturing that lousy angel, your friend. His screaming, whenever I hear his scream, it felt as if my ghostly flesh was falling apart, and it hurts. Maybe you shouldn't put so much faith in your father to begin with, then. She gnashes her spectral teeth and nods. That old piece of shit turns back on me. On the best of his brood. I sacrificed my own mother to him, and he did so with hundreds of my brothers, then did so with hundreds of brothers' sisters, and this is how he repays me. When he made me his archpriestess, he said the title grants me protection of a rare kind. Every archpriest of a demon lord may summon their master in their hour of need, and the master must answer their call. They'll come, for they simply cannot refuse. Such is the power between a pact... Wait a... Wait a minute! It's been directly stated that with Hispamira dead, Aurilu is the archpriestess of Baphomet. And it was directly stated by Discari's minions that the only one keeping Aurilu from having that title for Discari is Echo, and we have reasons to kill Echo already. We can't avoid fighting him. This means Aurilu will be the archpriestess of both demon lords, which means she'll be able to summon them at will. Is this what her plan is? She plans to summon all of them at once. Oh no, that's gonna be a huge battle. Especially since she said they simply aren't allowed to refuse it. But my father came just to betray me. Why? I bet he was helping his new favorite, the one that took my place. Because I bet Vorlich is precious to him. I hate him. I hate them both. Alright, so yeah, I'm starting to see what Aurilu is trying to achieve, but I'm not sure. Does she just want to bring them so I can kill them, and she can use their blood to seal the thing or something? Either way, I guess Discari's gonna have to die first, because his is the more annoying one since he summons ads. Baphomet is simply a stat stick. I can just summon 12 billion things to deal with that. Yeah. Oh, I might have found an alternative solution for that one puzzle I was stuck at. I don't have to... Do I have to kill her? I don't think I have a reason to. Time. Then get out. I'm not the one here who came here to gloat. Again, I'm not the one who came here to gloat. Yeah, I see no reason to attack her. What's over here, then? Nothing. Oh, there's an area over here. Clear the rubble. Behind the rubble, you find rough drawings and scratches, 4 figures entwined in a dance or battle under the gaze of bestial eyes. The rest is obscured by the remaining rubble. Oh my.
Make your peace.
Hey, that's green shaking is being annoying. Bane. Alright, that's all them down. Immune to destruction, of course.
I will resist.
Immune to icy prison.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Olbrig. Missed the combat maneuver. Good. Good, the AC is being dropped.
Prepare yourself.
There we go. Drawing continues. One of the figures a horn run, bringing down the other 5 and turning some effigy that's no longer legible. Now where's that stupid idol? That puzzle area, I mean. Where are you, stupid puzzle? I know you're in here somewhere. Oh, I forgot to push this thing over. Stupid obelisk. There we go. That should end it. Oh, what the hell? Why did I move and not attack?
Desna, guide my hand.
The light take you.
Kill. 3 down.
Make your peace.
Alright, let's see the puzzle here. Here. Okay, question mask. All 4 masks have been collected. We can now do Nenyo's quest, which, to my understanding, that is absurdly long, and so I should probably do that next time. I think that's the last of the things that I care about in here. I guess that's everything I care about. Deadly Rays. Let me grab a sip of my drink while we're moving. Good news is I have all Nenyo's masks now. And given this is an area you probably can't return to after you finish, I guess Iomade herself opening the doorway to us is probably a reasonable enough way to leave. Then again, maybe our excuse for being able to leave changes depending on Mythic route. I mean, I did save him, and she did say either restore his heart or kill him so that he doesn't suffer anymore. An army has reached you and now attacks. Right, I forgot all about all this waiting for me outside. What a pain. Wait, I should have ignored that one and gone after the... succubus or the bandits. Alright, kill those. Kill the bandits. Kill all the bandits now. Cultist fighters. I'm amused the bards are able to actually get a kill. This should kill. Heal him. There we are. Basically a guaranteed 15. Yeah, you can't even harm the shield bearers. Excellent. Wonderful. Invisibility can be immensely useful, but beware, many enemies have the ability to see the invisible. Oh dear, that 7 is getting disgustingly close. Alright, we're gonna have to use this army then. Alright, so next time I should be able to make it, so... Oh, balls. Yeah, that guy's gonna go straight to the stone maze. I don't have to worry about the rest, which is good for me. Oh, yeah. Cuirassiers? No, that's Mendavian Cavaliers. Shifters. There's some very high quality units in this army, that's for sure. I will take these and bring them along. Because holy crap, it's such a pain. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. There can room for one more, so let's grab sorcerers and put them in that army. There we are, that should increase our army power by a very significant amount. 3 days, which means a lot of our stuff's done. Nest clean. With monsters exterminated, no longer present a threat to supply lines. The fate of the cursed bard. Everything's ready for the augmentation. Heaven warriors, of course. Great commemoration. The fate of the Baphomet's fire. I know the cursed bard, a liar. This is an intermediate step. Now let's left to decide what kind of item the relic's going to be. I might want to actually look up what this item is going to be. That's odd, it's not listed in the crusade limits here. What the heck? Or Baphomet's fire. No, that's something else, apparently. No, that's the voice I'm looking for. Although it's good to know that Baphomet's fire is here. Bard. Here we are. Amulet could be you. Voice. Increase the HP limit for power word spells. That might be half decent, actually. First, let me check with Nenio's current necklace. If it's not a great one, if it's just an... Yeah, if it's just this, I think it might be good there. Because increasing power word kills HP limit to 150 instead of just 100 is quite helpful. Especially with how inflated HP stats are in this game. So, yeah. So, an amulet. One of the jeweler... burned the vocal cords and placed the ashes in a stone form from the solidified fire tower. He turned elegant and presented an amulet to Commando. There's a lot of good stuff here. Demon army is approaching. Continue. This one might be a bit much to handle. Then again, it's mostly some big enemies, but at the same time, that's a lot of stacks. Guys are pretty big. And again, I could really use with another fort. But finished up. Awakening the voice of the cursed bard. Becoming a dragon. The mysterious wanderer calls himself a dragon scions, asking the commander for help. Claims that her heritage grants the ability to transform into a true dragon, but to do so, she needs to crack down an evil one, kill it, eat its heart, and wash herself in hot blood. Needs supplies and possibly a number of allies. Dragon Slayer's adventure. Young, talented general is recruited. Campaign against the dragon decree. 1 silver dragons recruited. That's a huge amount of finance. Huh. Provides a gift for Greybore. Greater Frost Dragon, Bane, Hand Axe. That's honestly not bad. But he's already got fine here. And worthy knights, the Wanderer stands no chance against Dragon Unknown, but if escorted by a dependable retinue, she might just succeed in this quest. Approach the Hardeman's army. The scouts have reported command of Hardeman, a conspiracy traitor. He'll soon be arriving in Dresden. Military or for an urgent meeting. I guess I can't be fighting stuff over there then. resin. Streets first so I can dump all my gear, because I guarantee you I'm gonna forget if I don't. Actually, I'm probably gonna run into a cutscene here thanking me for the inheritor. I need to go to the temple for that, so I'll have to do that later. I imagine I have to go in the temple, but it might take place out the temple, which is in the streets, which is a little, oops. Yeah, it's in the streets. Iomede's arrival is not the grand affair as it was last time. The goddess simply materializes in front of you. Her face is serene, but her eyes look thoughtful. She nods you in greeting, but does not seem in a hurry to speak. My lady, the queen drops to one knee. By the light and the sword. Greetings, champion. I wish to congratulate you on your victory. It was a glorious achievement. I congratulate you on your victory, Isel, one warrior to another. Discari, the self-proclaimed usher of the apocalypse, defeated who is in the world wound, the entrance to his own realm. History will remember the hero who accomplished this feat. We have a chance to achieve an even greater victory. You could rid Golem of the bleeding room once and for all. I don't seek glory. I simply wish to protect my friends and Golarn from Discari's invasion. You've answered admirably, but you cannot escape glory, and it can be a heavy burden to bear, even for those who have not accepted the gift of power from the Abyss. Last time we met, I tried to make you doubt the nature of your power. I wanted you to ask yourself where the road was leading you, and who benefited most from your victories. However, you did not heed my words. She pauses, waiting for an answer. My lady, I know you are stern, but you are also fair. The commander's done nothing wrong. She does not deserve your judgment, but I think you know this. I'm not here to judge. Still, I can see that many of you wish to say something, so don't be afraid. You may speak freely. I am listening. Yes, we will speak freely. We're living proof of everything the commander's done. All kind and noble deeds performed. The commander has used his great power for good, and that's what truly is important. Many of the angels imprisoned within the Ward Stone were tainted by hatred, but the champion helped them find peace. The commander gave me my freedom. Vengeance against those responsible for my captivity. When I die, it will be with the knowledge the blood of Dresden's defenders was not spilled in vain. The suffering of my friends, the sacrifices we made, it was all worth it in the end. When the servants of Pelora lacked compassion, the commander taught us the meaning of mercy. She rescued me from my imprisonment in the Abyss and helped me defend my temple and my life's work. The commander saved me from the flames, rescuing me from a life of torture and suffering. And they were the light in the darkness, a beacon of hope when all was lost. Just as you did, my lady, I had my doubts of the commander. I let my doubts get the better of me, but I've recognized my mistake. Isel saved me. He encouraged me to believe myself and to stay strong. She healed me from the corruption that flowed within my veins. If an angel with a demonic wing can withstand the influence of the Abyss, why can't a mortal do the same? I had my doubts about the champion, nearly abandoned them in the Abyss. But they've never doubted me, not once, never abandoned me. They withstood the corrupting influence of the Abyss, refused to succumb to the power, resisted to the schemes of its cunning demon lords. I, the general of the angelic host, would not be standing here today, if not for Isel. I understand. So you're surprised, the goddess smiles. Thank you, my friends. You care deeply about your friends and allies. You offer words of gratitude to them instead of addressing the goddess who came before you. That is good. It's the right thing to do. Now heed my words. It is easy to be righteous when everyone around you believes you to be. It's easy to follow the path of truth if you believe a mighty deity has granted you power, if you think you've been chosen for a great purpose. But it's much harder to walk the path when heaven is turned from you. This was not a test, but if it had been, you would have been passed with flying colors. Now I know that you will not stray from this path. You will not be swayed from your convictions, not even if a higher power expresses disapproval. I see now that you do not need anyone else to tell you what's right and wrong. Now, there's usually only one route to an angelic ascension. The candidate dies and then stands trial before the gods. You've already earned your place among the angelic hosts. You were created to serve the Abyss. We've chosen your own destiny. Here we are, the final mythic level. The words of the goddess, the joyful approval of friends and allies, ignite a bright flame within your soul. Gah, my eyes! I went looking for a holy sword down in the caves. I had no idea that I would someday see the light materialize as a living being. The goddess feels the change within you and nods slightly. I can see that you prefer the path of mercy and protecting champions from evil. I pronounce you the righteous angel of salvation. Know that I'll be happy to welcome you to heaven after your earthly deeds are completed. If you so desire. Perhaps I'll accept one day, but right now there's still much to do. Hey, I have much to do in Galaran. I understand. Now I bid you farewell. Your final battle awaits. The battle for all of Galaran against the World Wound in the Abyss. You have everything you need to win this fight. Go with my blessing, and may your efforts be successful. I also bid you farewell, champion, but I hope that someday we will stand side by side once more, shoulder to shoulder, and wing to wing. Penultimate. There's one more. Right. For some reason I keep thinking. Granted, that's probably, if I know RPG tropes before, I'm going to go on a limb and assume that one's obtained, like, right before the final boss fight, in which case, I'm not going to be able to enjoy it. Or at least not for very long, which is a shame. Transformation occurred. You've obtained your final level. You've completed transformation. Astral Devas summon. Spirit Paladins, Monarch Devas. Those summon the Spirit Guardians. Yeah, only 9. And I should get it right away because I need to upgrade my spellbook. Oh, neat. You can change your portrait if you like. Interesting. Oh, I see. So when she named me that one, it's basically I can either be a angel of judgment or an angel of mercy. That's kind of neat. But yeah, I'm gonna stick to the default one. After all, the character is an angel bat by default. It would not feel right to do anything else. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And it probably makes sense for ones like the Lich Path, because I know you become a skeleton in that one. And of course, Swarm that walks, because you're a swarm that emulates your original body, but it's not the same one. It's not the same. Let's see here. New mythic ability. Domain Zealot. I can get an additional domain if I want, but yeah, I can. Yeah, it's just another nice little touch that's not entirely necessary, but the game's better for having it. Plus, it can reflect that your character has actually changed to some degree. I wonder if Demon's the same. Like, you can be one that's off there, one, or the demon that says, I can't destroy, one that wants to destroy the world, one that's all, I can't destroy the world, who will mix my drinks, or whatever. There's plenty of ways to be evil. Last Stand is interesting. While my character shouldn't be taking hits enough for it to matter, it's always nice when a squishy character gets a second way to go. Unrelenting Assault. Perfect Cavalry. Mythic Inspiration. Yeah, ever ready. Bonus. Leading Strike. I think the bigger they are is probably the good one. Additional attack rolls based on how big the enemy is. An improved Angelic Halo. Unfailing Beacon. Suffer damage to ally spells if it was the main target to become empowered. This would be great if I was a melee character. Yeah, this would be great if I was a melee character. Or just because I'd be in the thick of things, but then they could fireball me safely, but... Burning Bright. A Flame of Life is probably going to be a good one, just because some residual healing. Plus, it means Arushale will have her self-damage from her bow counteracted. Plus, it's just always nice to have some additional free healing without having to actually do anything. Ooh, Wrath of the Righteous. Roll credits. We've officially gotten ourselves the title. Right, I also need... Oh. Oh, I like how it even here says Iomade used her own cast of Dimension Door. She's casting spells like anyone else. If I remember right, D&D and Pathfinder typically have gods and creature and beings of that level as simply unstatted. Anything that's going to fight them, whether unless it's something of a similar power, any player or generic enemy that tries to stop them is just basically screwed. Spellbook, here we are. Let's go to the angel one. Wrath of the Righteous. All demons. Ah, because it specifically says demons, I'm guessing that means that's specifically a way to make sure that your allies can't be hit. Although, it does mean if there's a cultist or undead, that's not going to be as helpful. Still, it is kind of neat to have the title. Ooh, Bring Back. The spell restores 10 per caster. Unlike the other ones that heal damage, Bring Back can bring recently slain. If cast upon a creature that died within a round, apply the healing to the creature. If the healed... Constitution. If the creature's hit points is at negative or greater, the creature remains dead. Back to life. Temporary negative level for 1 day. So per caster level, since this is Angel, that's going to be 180 HP. Just flat damage healing is... Flat damage or flat healing can be quite nice, especially since that's not to be Fortress of the Faithful. But affects all allies. Overwhelming Presence Sun form. Incorporeal, and they gain the ability to shoot holy rays, dealing damage, half of which is fire and half of which is holy. Fortress of the Faithful, Aegis of the Faithful. Grants them all defensive spells. Might as well get that one. Actually, I think I'm gonna want Ward Against Harm just because that says it protects from ability damage, and holy crap, do I hate ability damage. Yeah, Wall of Light is not as helpful as I was. Also, I forgot that, yeah, Darren is an evil creature, so he takes damage from it. Gale of Life. Heal Mass Overwhelming Sun form. Bolt of Justice. Release a powerful that deals point of holy per caster level. It does not have a cap, I notice. Target must or be knocked prone. If the target's evil, instead deals more damage. To succeed or be knocked prone. Interesting, it straight up doesn't even... That's interesting, it doesn't even check their, deals, if it's evil outsider or an undead creature, it deals even more damage and has a penalty. If the target is a demon lord or higher, or... It deals even more... Okay, huh. As much as I like... then again, I don't cast much on this character. I do genuinely like the buffing and stuff, but... Although it is nice that the Sword of Heaven affects them. That's quite nice. Avenger's Blessing. Successful, they take slightly reduced damage. You know what, let's go ahead and grab this. It's the game's title spell, after all. Let's also see what our buddies get. What does Nenyo grab? Powerful Shadows. Your shadow spells are now more real. Grey Boar. The Slayer class is kind of nice in that basically everything they get is passive, so you don't have to worry about painstakingly activating everything. And that is kind of nice. Whenever you make an attack opportunity, gain a bonus equal to damage roll the Mythic rank. Ready. Let's see what a Ruchelet gets. The bigger they are. Ha! Me and Ruchelet have a lot of similar ones, but then again, I guess we have the same range attacker roles, so makes sense. Regil. Definitely a character I'd love to bring a lot more, but anytime you'd become paralyzed, basically anytime you'd be in trouble, you get a slightly weaker version of the debuff. It's quite nice. Unstoppable. Yeah, he's keeping him, making sure he can keep himself safe so he can help the team bounce back. Social's a really good ally to have, that's for certain. Ember gets more casts, that's good, sounds good to me. What does Land get? The bigger they are, always a good one. What did he get again? A greater enduring spells. Longer than 5 minutes. Olbrig, let's see what you get. Rupture Restraints. 3 times per day, you automatically dispel any negative condition. Honestly, that's probably one I should have considered, but I'm having my main character as one of my main damage dealers, so... Well, that's the thing. You have choosing between good damage and between survivability is always going to be a bit of a rough choice, because there is value in having the ability for, oh shit, well, things... Because no one ever plans for things to go wrong, you know? There we go. And what does Sela get? Improved abundant casting. Oh, just abundant. I guess that's alright. Alright. Secret creation. Yeah, we need to solve these puzzles here. Festival for the commander. Master a group of demons tracking down and killing for a month. Perhaps the commander should address the issue. Oops. Perhaps should address this issue. Quartermaster convince a group. Huh, insignificant losses. Alright, time to dump a lot of our junk. Dominable Punisher, Tongi, that's a monk weapon, I believe. Yeah, anything exotic is not. Earthbreaker. Glaive. Wasn't there a better glaive in here somewhere? The Void's Kiss. Deadly Rays. insight on ranged touch attack rolls. Man, I'm making so much money. I should just bribe the demons to go home. I never lost hope during my endless years of imprisonment, not even for a moment. It seems that hope was not in vain. Time to visit this meeting. Commander, the troops of Nearson have arrived. As planned, we held a memorial. The mournful scene made Captain Hadman come to his senses and refrain from giving any more treasonous orders. It's all true. I realized I was about to commit a great betrayal and praise Ra. I stopped myself in time. I appreciate that having learned of my plans, you didn't give the order to kill me immediately. You granted me a chance to repent. There can be no excuses for my actions. I regret them and humbly stand ready to accept your punishment. I knew he'd come to his senses. Hardman always seemed like an honorable soldier to me. You should spare him. The one who betrayed you once will do so again. It'd be unwise to give him that opportunity. How touching. Or maybe the good captain should notice we had more people under our command than he did, and thought it would be a good way to have a timely change of heart. I want to know why. What did you hope to accomplish? Because Her Majesty. I admit I always believed she's the only one fit to lead the crusade. Your appointment angered me, because I wasn't serving the cause, only her. I served the Queen blindly, against my better judgment and her own wishes. I'll never forget the day I met her. At that moment, my heart's lost forever. Of course, I don't dare tell her my feelings. My dude, she is right there. Again, I get they can't to take into account all paths doing this, whether plus all paths, whether they saved her or not, is a bit much. But come on, I can only ever accept her at the head, but never you. Why didn't you give the order and then arrest me in the end? The morning bell, its toll reminded me of everything we lost, everything I would have betrayed. It had I decided to oppose you. It's as if they surrounded me, watching me with my wordless disapproval. My consciousness made me stay my hand. Oh, we've come too far and just gotten ourselves our new title. It would be terrible to go against it right now. By Ra's name, I don't deserve her forgiveness and can be your advisor no longer. I must go to the front lines where I can redeem myself with blood. You have my thanks and apologies. I praise your mercy, Commander. I see why the troops are ready to follow you to the ends of the earth, or even to the abyss itself. This council and you personally have achieved the impossible. You've restored morale and brought unity and order. You never listened to malicious detractors and stayed true to the cause, working one step at a time, building a determined, unshakable army, one that can defeat the forces of the abyss. A few years ago, none of the Crusaders could have even imagined a cause would amass this kind of power. At times, you built your war machine through very unconventional methods, but it would be foolish to deny their effectiveness. The results speak for themselves. Yeah, Regal himself even said that if you don't want to agree with him or don't want to, then you need to make sure that whatever you do succeeds, and we most certainly succeeded. Still, I'm glad we have him around. And he makes some very compelling arguments and some things to keep in mind. Your army's a thing of beauty, alright. Can't buy one like that with money. It's built by unique talent. Perhaps you're a genius in that regard. On second thought, forget I said that. No need to spoil you with praise. I'm certain that no one will ever dare plot against you, Commander, or doubt you. Let's put an end to this mutiny and deliver the final blow to the abyss. Lead us forth, Commander. The only one that I don't have maxed out yet is leadership, and that one seems to be a bit tricky because only specific events raise it. Demon army is approaching. I believe we should be able to win this fight handily. Now watch as we all die horrendously, and I'm in trouble. Oh no, those are undead. Whoops, silly me. However, do you know what is good against undead? Fire! And we've got some good ones of those. Fire. Just fireball. Just fireball. Might just be able to get rid of that stack by themselves. Not quite, but these guys finish it. And now let's get rid of the Grave Knights. And now let's make sure that the ranged fighter doesn't get the chance to fight at a range. Okay, yeah, I think we've neutered them. Wow, really? Well, perhaps that's fine. I can leave 1 HP on 1 HP target's barely gonna do anything. Just fireball. Do 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 do. Long ago, a necromancer settled in this remote corner of the world wound and made a deal with demons, promising to serve them in exchange for protection. Undead guards kept watch in the towers of this terrifying castle, and outside its walls a tiny settlement emerged, inhabited by intimidated slaves. Now their imprisonment is over. Man, that's gonna feel good. Ooh, that might be a little tricky. I don't want to do that one just yet. Necromancer's Grave. Let's go ahead and build this one up here then. This might even be a good spot for a teleporter just because it's in the middle of... It's 50 miles from everything. Build. I don't think anything's going to be threatening here, so... Hospital as per usual. Tree rain. There we are. It looks like logistics is almost maxed out here. Huh. Oh no, leadership is maxed out. Logistics all maxed out just by just by capturing these, since I just, alright, so I was not leadership, good. So yeah, I guess I was a little bit better on leadership than I thought. Yeah, it's definitely feeling like it's a lot easier to max out the Crusade stats than the Kingdom stats, but then again, maybe that's a fitting way to go about it. Last Forge. And we do need a rest to restore the spell books and all that.
What's the alcohol situation underground? Do you have anything to drown your sorrows in?
You bet. Mold brew is a gourmet's dream. And tourists from Absalom used to come to us for our mushroom infusion.
Interesting. Merciless. Manage a crusade. The army has reached you and now attacks. Let them flee. Well, that was nice. Alright, let's fight this Tanner and level 10 stack and hope it works. It might not. I might die horribly, as we saw with some of the other ones. Oh, if I can get rid of the wizards right away, that'd be nice. Let's make sure the wizards never get a spell off. Magi Maguses are interesting. We don't run into too many of those. Haha. Whatever these guys do, I don't want them to do it. Okay, good. They're focusing on the one unit that's designed to handle all this. She's taking a little from physical damage. That likely means she's weak to magic. There we are. And she was healing them, so now they're no longer being healed. Finished him. Killed. Guaranteed kill. Do 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 do. Once a druid's shrine stood here, the stone pillars covering the inscriptions could hide the secrets of Sarkorian magic. Demon-serving sorcerers tried to decipher them, but the Crusaders stopped them from finishing. Having examined it, the soldiers have found a cache full of druids' treasures. Now, next up, we have everything needed for Nenyo's quest. So... Alright, we'll have to fight them. We'll have to deal with this next time, however. Also, wow, how they messed this up. How they messed up my team. Well, no matter. Next time, we're going to be doing the Nenyo quest, and that's probably going to take the entire time from what I've heard about how long it is. But we now have the masks. And of course, we do need to do the Canabra as the Festival Commander. That's the Dance of Masks DLC. So I'll probably do that Nenyo's quest, and if we have time, I'll go for it. But that's going to be next week. And somewhere between then, I'll do the Sithud fight, since we should... Now, I do believe I have enough power to take him down. But that's going to be for next time. Until then, thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time. I'll see you later.